Oh my goodness, I didn't agree to this.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Brawl. This time with Saffypie, also known as Saffy.
Hi. It me.
Yeah. So,
Sorry.
I think the most important thing is
to
ask you if you've seen Resident Alien yet.
That's not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I
I thought Resident Evil. I thought we were trying to do like a mishmash of like Resident Evil and Alien, and you were trying to catch me off guard on purpose because you know that my generic knowledge in terms of filmy things is not that vast.
In fact, generic knowledge of films is quite good, at the very least of Marvel films and etc. A lot of people know films reasonably decently, so you'd have a below generic knowledge of...
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, no problem. But no, Resident Alien is the one where the alien turns up on Earth with the intention of destroying the planet, and becomes the like town doctor for a really rural, out of the way town, with starring Alan Tudyk.
Okay.
We talked about it on your stream.
I remember you telling me about it now. I couldn't correlate the actual name.
Well, I feel like my question's been answered. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
And just for the record, everyone in the chat watching on YouTube on this video, and for myself, none of us will be mentioning Older's tits.
Wow, you're really gonna go there, aren't you?
I am. I mean, I literally just said I wouldn't go there.
I'm gonna not go there by going there, so...
That's how I got to France. So... Yeah, I know. It's shocking. Why would anyone go to France? So yeah, Safi, you're fairly new to TTRPG like shows on Twitch. No, because even that doesn't work. Like you've done.
I'm new to tabletop.
Yes,
Ish.
thank you. But you have done roleplay.
Yes, I've done a lot of server-based RP for quite a long time.
GTA.
Yeah, GTA, Ark,
yeah.
Armor 3, Daisy,
Armor
Red
3.
Dead.
Mm.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I'd ask if you played Armor 2, but that's probably a bit old.
No, I've played Armor 2.
What?
I used to play like modded versions, like you play like Daisy Epoch mod, like on Armor 2. And a lot of the command missions, it did a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, I know a little bit about that.
I'm also a Milsim nerd. I actually ran my own crew of Armor 2 nerds, and we used to run operations. Like if you've ever seen like Soviet Womble, well, actually more accurately, if you've ever seen like Chikilroy or God, I can't remember what the name of the other dude in that group was. It was like Chikilroy and there's an Australian dude and there's another American dude. They had like a big group of people used to run ops together. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I ran my own for a bit. It was called Acceptable Losses, which I thought was a great name for a...
Oh god, I remember one time me and a group of friends, we'd always go on this specific server because it was like pretty much free for all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we decided to take over Sniper Mountain over Electro because it had the you know, the Chinaris map on it. And basically we had our group together. There was about 10 of us, and we had choppers, we had sniper rifles, we had people on the ground, little RTVs patrolling, and we just basically just took out the bandits in Electro. but we thought we'd be hilarious and thought that we would be the Justice League. So we put the little bracket and then JL and the bracket, and then we all took the name of like characters from Justice League.
Okay.
And then once we'd like finished clearing out Electro for like 2 hours, we were like, "Citizens of Electro, your city is now safe. Justice League out," and then we all logged off.
I do remember we ran me and the group of Acceptable Losses. We ran a D-Day landing op, so it was like the World War II mod. And the really funny thing about that is me and one of my mates, his name was Pi, and he we were both in the same landing craft together, and I got out and he got glitched. And there's a really funny clip, I don't know if I still have it, but there's a really funny clip where it was me being shot at by German machine guns while he was flying, like glitching above the landing craft. And
Oh no.
the landing craft slowly turned and went away back into the sea, and he was just shouting, "Sheep, sheep, save me!" And I'm like, dude, I'm getting shot at by Germans. And it was, yeah, like, there's a lot of... The thing I miss about Arma 2 compared to Arma 3, there's a lot of funny glitches that happen in Arma 2, and there's less that happen in Arma 3.
I mean, there's still glitches and stuff in Arma 3, but I think
sure,
it was just
sure.
the even though like, you know, it was Arma 3, supposed to, you know, the step up and the next game along for Arma 2, I felt like there was so little done with Arma 3 compared to Arma 2. Like Arma 2, you had like this plethora of like mods and maps and add-ons and expansions. In Arma 3, everyone was just like, let's just go play blackjack at the casino, and
Yeah,
and that was it.
it got kind
How I
of...
learned to play blackjack was on Arma 3.
I find like Arma 3 was more accessible, which meant that when it came out, everyone jumped on it, and then the majority of people ignored it after that. So, whereas Arma 2 had like a dedicated load of people who just enjoyed Arma 2, there isn't as much of a dedicated load of people who enjoy Arma 3.
I wouldn't think many people play it these days.
There are mostly people like Remy Down Under Gaming YouTuber, like he has a group, the Cadian XX, who do a lot of Arma 3 stuff. There's quite a lot of people who do that type of like big group op stuff. But I don't think people play it solo, and I think weirdly it was geared towards that, which means that unless you find a group of people or have a group of people, you're going to jump on Arma 3, go, what the fuck do I do? And then log off and refund it or something, probably.
Yeah. I think I got Arma 3 initially because it was back... I remember it was for RP, actually. It was an RP server. It was Critical Gaming, which was the previous name of NoPixel. You know, NoPixel, which is now, you know, notoriously one of the, you know, most popular GTA RP servers. They were previously called Critical Gaming, and that was them back on Arma 3. It was a bit of a strange experience on there, I must admit, just given sort of like the nature of the game and how limited things were in that world. Like I said, all people would do was just go off and play blackjack or just kidnap each other, thinking it was hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now I'm like sort of like thinking. I think it's mainly because I've seen some YouTube videos. There's definitely some mission worlds that I'd want to try out. I think this is one that I actually saw Soviet One will do it, and it looked fucking hilarious. I think it's called I might be getting the name wrong. It's like the Doomsday or something.
Oh yeah. It's the one where like the land floods and you have to keep running away from the flooding land. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like climate. Like it's very relatable right now. It's a bit of a global warming and like a climate crisis going on with like tornadoes, and the sea is rising.
Yeah.
And
why not practice?
oh, that's really morbid.
Well, you know what's even more morbid is you know the whole joke of you being young teenager, and me being old as tits, is joke's on you. I'm gonna be dead before the world ends. You're gonna have to live with it.
Oh dear.
Revenge is a dish best served in the coffin. So, yeah, I so for myself, I always found it really cringy when you got to the level of RP and armor where you're like, sir, yes sir, salute, etc, etc. I don't know if that was like your experience or so forth. I tended to more enjoy the like running a military op and kind of, you know, following orders and stuff like that, but when you get too into it, it's like, I don't know.
I mean, I'd say just given like the limitations of Armor 3, on its regular plain map for what it was,
Yeah.
the only thing that was like really invested in was the police academy and the police service, and there wasn't all that much in terms of, you know, civilian activities or things that civvies could regularly go off and do. So it was literally, it's like if you weren't a cop, you were a criminal, and it was just a full server of just like cops and robbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, like getting kidnapped off the street, held at gunpoint for ransom. Someone was robbing a bank. People have stolen a police car and like throwing it off a bridge. It was just
It was
a lot of it was utter
GTA.
chaos. I would go to say is like it was more shitlordy than what GTA has the capability of being.
Yeah. Like,
Definitely.
I've seen some of the RP servers and stuff for GTA, and I'm like, oh my god. Like, when you go to get money out of the cash point, you actually have to remember, like, it gives you a prompt to take your card out. Like, little things like that can be so cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just like when you said cops and robbers RP, I'm like, well, that just sounds like GTA, really. Like, you know, this is a milsim. I did do one of those like life simulator ones where you could go to, like, you jump on the server and you can like pick apples, and then you can, you know, kind of rank up from there as you make money. And I was streaming at the time, and then I was with a couple of other streamers who I don't play with or anything anymore. Like, we lost touch a long time ago. But we got ambushed at an airport by like 4 or 5 dudes who just gunned down my mates. And I said accidentally through local voice as well as to my chat, shit, looks like I'm gonna die, guys. And they're like, who are you talking to? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm streaming. I was like unsure if it was, you know, faux pas or something. And they're like, oh, you're a streamer? And then they came to my stream and checked it out, and they're like, okay, you're important enough to kidnap. So it was my first time. It was my first time on the server. I got taken to a shack, which I won't repeat the name of because it'll get cancelled on Twitter. And they basically made me stand against a wall, joked about doing horrific things to me, then took me in a helicopter to the city for a prisoner exchange, and said like there were 2 or 3 other people who they kidnapped to ransom, and the guy who was torturing me, although not actually torturing me, was a really nice guy, and he said, like, look, mate, we're gonna kill the prisoners after we get the money, but we'll just let you go, okay, because you're cool. And I was like, okay, streamer privilege, cool, I'll take it, because it means I don't get murdered. And they dropped us off at the point, they got the money, and then they shot the other 2 prisoners in the head, took a heavy machine gun, and raked the police station with a heavy machine gun, and went,
oh no,
and went, stay here for 5 seconds, we're gonna get off in the helicopter, hopefully the police won't shoot you. Bye. And I was like, okay, thank you, bye.
Oh,
And then the police turned up and arrested me because I was still by the machine gun, and they thought it was me who'd been firing it.
God.
Um,
Yeah, that sounds pretty. Yeah, that sounds pretty similar.
yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Pretty much the gist of it, of what our Arma 3 RP used to be.
Yeah, it's there's a really cool there's a really cool couple of mods that are like the Resistance, except for kind of done I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head. But they're like done properly, so you start off as like a a ramshackle group of people with like maybe a couple of pistols, and you have to go and do raids on the enemy supply trucks and get like AKs and ammo and stuff.
Oh yeah, I've heard about these. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have to start like taking over certain areas and things kind of escalate and progress and stuff. I think Soviet did a couple of them as well. I do remember that there was a point where they decided to, instead of fight like the Russians or the Chernorussians or whoever it is on the thing, they decided to fight the Americans and like be a resistance against the Americans. And very quickly it turned into a shit show where the Americans were like sending in missile attack helicopters and stuff while they still didn't have a car. And then like the Americans really overreact to resistance, don't they?
Oh God.
But yeah, it's I can't talk too much on like the GTA RP. Vandy, who does Sunkissed, she occasionally will like show us what she's doing in her GTA RP. But aside from that, I haven't really watched much. I haven't barely done any. So
Yeah, I did it back in like 2018-ish. And I played on a server called the Family RP. But now I know that everyone goes over and plays on No Pixel primarily.
yeah,
But like the thing is, when it comes to like these type of RP servers and essentially gaining almost like viewership when it comes from like RP crowds, it's very much like you have to be on like every night to keep up with what's going on in that world because so much happens so quickly. Say if you're a person who only gets on like 2, maybe 3 nights a week,
yeah,
like entire like high court cases and people being sentenced to jail has happened in the span of about 2 days.
yeah.
And things of all that, and it's like you miss it. So it's like unless you have like the capability to log on every night and play every night, then you effectively tend to miss out on what goes on there. And also what I found is the people who want to watch GTA only want to watch GTA. You try and do something else and it's like you've used just like you'd get a quarter, if that.
The Blood Bowl 2 effect is what I call it. That was my one. So there, Blood Bowl 2 is a Warhammer game, like Warhammer Fantasy game. It's basically like American football, but with orcs, and the actual objective is basically beat the crap out of each other. There is a ball on the pitch, but no one cares about that too much. I played that when it first came out because I'm a big Blood Bowl fan, and it got to the point like fairly early on where I was racking down like 300 to 400 views every day. As I saw the shelf life of the game start to, I could see the end where it's like I've reached the peak of how many people are going to watch me and how many people are going to, like find me through this game. I should probably start like weaning them onto some other games and stuff. I would go from 400 viewers to 20 in 5 minutes after switching games. It was fucking brutal. So yeah, that's a case of like Blood Bowl viewers will only watch Blood Bowl. They'll go and watch other people who don't play Blood Bowl playing other games. But if you're a Blood Bowl player and they watch you, that's how they found you and that's how they watch you. Like that's all they're gonna do. Like the second you switch, you're just gonna tank your stuff.
Yeah. And I think that's definitely why I've stepped away, at least in recent years, from more like server-based RP. Because
Yeah.
Like way back when, I'd say it's more like 2016-ish, 2015-ish.
Mm.
Like, back you used to be able to do like pretty much RP. I guess it's just like the premise of the world that you're set in. Like for DayZ role play, you know, you're in an apocalypse and it's like it's not very busy or, you know, bustling kind of thing.
Yeah.
And just like, you know, the nature of the world, like civilization has collapsed compared to, you know, GTA. It's like you're in a fully working and operational city where people
Well,
are
unless it's GTA Detroit.
fair. Uh,
Sorry, carry on.
unless you see a Detroit. So it's just like the nature of it. So it's like you wouldn't have to like log on as frequently or consistently because each time you'd be starting a new story. Um, and true that you know there would be like a little RP world, little RP bubble that you'd be going into.
Yeah.
Um, but it wasn't as fast paced as what happens in GTA.
Mm.
So I think I did GTA stuff for about I think I did it for about a year. And then it got to about 2019-ish, and that's when I just sort of like almost I took almost like a bit of a break away from like online stuff and I focused on like working and yeah, I wasn't streaming. I was rarely playing games. GTA didn't interest me. There was nothing like new coming along to almost like take its place.
Yeah.
And this was after doing server RP for probably about 5 or 6 years at this point, and there was nothing really there. All there was GTA. Unfortunately, like a lot of the view base for GTA became incredibly toxic. Like there was this
Mm.
specific Reddit group, which they'd almost like purposely like house themselves to like attack or throw shade or clip stuff out of context for the server that I used to play on, um, because they wanted to make this massive back and forth between two servers. They wanted to make this massive back and forth between No Pixel
Mm.
and Family RP. When in reality, there wasn't a lot of bad blood between the two servers. There were just two servers which coexisted side by side and different role play on for different servers. Um, because some servers are run differently from others, and there's no problem with that. But there was a specific Reddit group, they just really wanted to just cause a ruckus, and it got exhausting. Honestly, just
Yeah.
I mean, I stopped looking at it, but still, like the toxicity of it bled into people's like Twitch chats, and it caused just unnecessary drama, and it was just never ever necessary and never ever fun. I was like, this is getting to the point where I'm not having fun, and it's like every time I log on, I feel exhausted, and it's like
Mm.
this is not worth my time. So I stopped doing GTA roleplay,
That's,
and
yeah,
then
fair.
yeah, I decided, oh, let me just focus on the real things going on in my life because there's nothing else game wise which is really interesting me. Um, and yeah, so that was 2019-ish, and I think it was. It was it. It was actually during the pandemic. I think it was like April of 2020.
When the
April
Fire Nation attacked, yeah.
of back when the Panda Express started. Um, I ordered the parts to build myself a new computer because my old one had just died off. Like it didn't even switch on at that point. I was like, yeah, maybe it's time for a new computer.
Been there.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I've been doing since.
Yeah. It's like one of my not experiences, I guess, but I know quite a lot of people who do the game RP, you know, like
Mhm.
GTA RP or ARC RP, and
The
you know,
server up.
yeah, go on the server RP stuff. And from what I can tell, very often, and like I'm not saying this is why, you know, the whole Reddit thing happened, but very often there's a lot of behind the scenes, uh, like favoritism and
Mm.
drama and like, you know, diva actions where, you know, a guy or a girl will be like, oh, well, I don't like this person, so you're going to have to ban them. And because they have high numbers or because they're a good draw or, you know, they get more people on the server or whatever, the, you know, people running the server or the admins or whoever will just be like, okay. And so like,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a lot. I've heard a lot of that type of stuff. Not to drop any names or anything, like server names or anything, but it's
Yeah, of course not.
it's been my experience over my many years of being alive, because I'm so old, uh, whereby this type of like fairly open, large scale stuff does tend to degrade into drama and backbiting and vendettas and a lot of meta. Like one of the things I always hated about when I watched a few like RP things is occasionally you'd get a really big streamer who's like, I want to try the RP thing, but they've never RP'd before.
Yeah.
And then they're running around like metaing everything, and it's like it's really painful. Like they're doing a seed with someone, and then like not even like accidentally, they just start thanking in their chat and talking to their chat, and it's coming out like and the poor other person on the other side is like, I don't know what to do. Should I acknowledge this like in character because it's weird? Like what?
Yeah, I mean, server RP is definitely its own beast because
Yeah,
it's got a different perspective. Because when you go into server RP, effectively everyone is the hero of their own story. Everyone
yeah,
is telling their own individual story, especially if you're streaming or content creating or making videos for YouTube.
yeah,
You yourself are your sole content, or your small group. Everyone else is a side character. And that's effectively how server RP works. And that's where a lot of, heads come to clash, is because you can't effectively have everyone being the main character. It just doesn't work that way. It just becomes a bit of a dick swinging contest.
yeah.
Whereas what I found so refreshing about tabletop is almost like everyone's on an equal or a level playing field. Not everyone is the main character or the side character.
Yeah,
It's all with a common goal in mind. Or if there are side characters, they're specifically there to accent them. I mean, there's lots of different things when it comes to TTRPGs. Like you got your private games. I mean, then there's all the systems and there's the homebrews and then there's TTRPG shows. But it's such a different feel of RP
yeah,
compared to server RP. And when I first tried it, it was just a traditional D&D 5e one shot, which actually we ended up playing it twice because we ran over to like 2 a.m. We're like, we need to go to bed, but shall we pick this up tomorrow? Because we all got like so invested in it. It was getting so good. And I loved it a lot. And it was just like a breath of fresh air from like coming from RP, which was filled of like, you're metagaming, you're backseating, you're stream sniping, or you don't like me because such and such happened, and like misinterpretations and just bitchiness.
yeah,
And then it came into a group of people all genuinely together wanting to have a good time, tell a story, explore, have an adventure. And I was like, oh my God, this is wonderful.
yeah,
And it is hands down, like comparing the very small amount of time and experience that I've had in TTRPGs, comparing that to what the 5-6 years of server RP, hands down, it's my favorite. It is overtaken, surpassed, absolutely, from whatever server RP used to mean to me.
I think for me, one of the solidifiers was doing a show and having someone else have the spotlight and the scene, and I'm just kind of like a bit player, and just like sitting back and being like, wow, I'm perfectly happy just sit here and have their character do their things, and I'm not a part of it, but I'll be in, I'll be in a bit, I'll be playing my character soon, but it's in a lot of other RP things, because I did like back in the 90s, like late 90s, I did some MMORP in a like really obscure game. Like people in that were always the central character, they were the hero, and there was a lot of meta. There was a lot of power gaming and power kind of meta plays, where it was like, my character can't lose because he's my character. He's awesome, and just being able to be like, my character's not the core center of whatever's happening in the show. Usually it's a group of characters who are the focus. There's no kind of like, there's no, it's not like it invariably on shows, and I'm guessing on other offline private games and stuff. It's not like the Justice League. There's no Superman, who does all the things, and then you have Batman who's like, I have batarangs.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is. I'll have to take that and put a fucking pin in it because I need to talk about that movie and how fucking horrific it is.
I mean, which one? There were a couple of
Batman versus Superman.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. But what I feel like really creates that degree of separation and allows for people to sit back and just like relax and enjoy the RP that's happening in front of them, even if they're not a part of it, is the fact that they know that they will get a turn.
Yeah.
Is the fact that they know that this is going to be spread out equally, unless like you're either in a game where it's already been agreed that either you are just a small tidbit, or you're just a side character and you're just joining in for like one episode or one session and then dipping out again just to add flavor. I mean, if you agree to that, that's the agreement you make.
Yeah.
But just in like a generic game, it's like you can sit back and enjoy it because you get your time to shine. Whereas if you're in something like server RP, everyone's fighting for the limelight. Everyone's fighting to be the funniest. Everyone's fighting to be the loudest, the most badass, the coolest, the hero or the villain or the invincible. And that takes away from them being able to RP because they constantly have to be able to, be able to show themselves to everyone around them, to constantly keep building their streams or their YouTubes or whatever they're creating, as opposed to like sitting back and enjoying it, which is something that taking turns in tabletop allows you to do. And I think that's one of the reasons why I definitely enjoy it so much more, because like I said, it's less of a dick swinging contest and it's a lot more enjoyable.
I would say from my limited experience of server RP stuff as well, I've noticed like there's a certain like the best way I can describe it is it feels sometimes like a long main street, like the main street in a city where all the shops are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got buskers down the street, and these buskers keep trying to one up each other.
Yes.
Because the most eye-catching busker is going to get all of the tips and all of the attention and things like that. So they keep trying to do more and more wacky or eye-catching things. And that's how I kind of see server RP, is like a whole load of buskers desperately trying to kind of corner the market in being eye-catching and being, so they make like more and more wacky and interesting characters, or they go, they go kind of crazy and goofy and oddball and stuff, so that, especially very memey, which, is fine, but ultimately it's not something I jive with, so it's very janky for me, where I'm like, I don't like this, I was literally, that dude who's playing, Vegeta from the past, and talking about wanting to be a Super Saiyan and Frieza blowing up his planet, just walked past someone who's a medieval knight and is mourning the loss of his betrothed. It's really it's really weird.
Oh gosh. But I think I found like the perfect analogy for like what you're saying. So basically, server RP is South Bank in London.
I try not to go to London.
But have you walked down South Bank?
I don't. I lived in Fulham Broadway. I don't think I ever went to South Bank though. No.
So obviously South Bank, you're just walking down obviously the south side of the River Thames, and
Yeah.
it is just full of buskers and entertainers and performances.
Okay.
And it's like as you're walking along, like there's different sized crowds depending on like how literally like entertaining or how enthralled people are, and then people like flow off and they go and join the bigger crowd when like something more crazy happen, like like gymnastics happening. Then they're shooting off like the little firecracker spark things,
Mm,
or someone's like starting to like beat the drums to like rally of anticipation, getting people go, whoa, like literally. Server RP is South Bank in London, and it is the
yeah.
perfect analogy. Oh my god, I love it.
Would, would you like to hear my Twitter analogy?
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. So, Twitter.
Mm.
Have you ever been to a farmer's market?
Yes.
So you know how at a farmer's market and other kind of like smaller city or smaller town markets, you have
Mm.
like stalls and people are selling fruit and etc etc. Twitter is a farmer's market where everyone involved in the farmer's market is a fruit vendor,
Mm.
and there's about 50,000 stalls at this farmer's market, and all of the fruit vendors are shouting at each other, trying to sell fruit to each other, and no one's buying fruit.
Oh god. Oh dear. I see what you mean, but
Yeah, it's just like how often do you go on Twitter compared to how often do you click a link that you see on Twitter, or do you every
I click links on Twitter.
I mean, compared to how many you see, like in my experience, I'll like and I'll retweet, but that's like kind of work businessy stuff. If I see like Peachy is doing a stream, then I'll click on Peachy's link because I've seen it there, as opposed to just opening it and going to a stream or whatever. But if I see anything new or anything from people I don't work with or people I don't like know personally, I'm not going to click on it. Like
Okay.
that's not Twitter is, that's not what Twitter is for me. And actually, interestingly, and this is now me just talking, I do this every time someone comes on, I start just talking about myself, because I'm a terrible host. But my Twitter for the Wandering Inn, I don't have a personal Twitter, is literally just another another way, if people don't want to use Discord, that I can notify people that I'm doing a show. Like I don't take it any further than that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yeah, literally I log on to Twitter. My bookmark takes me to my profile instead of my feed. And I just do the tweet and then I carry on with life.
Okay. Fair enough.
So yeah,
All right.
ultimately I just hate Twitter. Fuck you, Twitter.
All right. Do we have this tier list? Because I have just pulled up my Netflix and I'm just scrolling through, where it says watch it again.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at, what I have watched on my Netflix account, and it's
Oh.
like it's very varied.
Well, I was wondering if we wanted to talk, because we talked about this in your stream when I was in your chat, but I feel like it deserves a revisit when we can both kind of shout and be super enthusiastic. Should we
Okay.
talk about I want to say Betrayal at House on the Hill, but it's Haunting of Hill House.
Haunting of Hill House.
Because Haunting of Hill House is an amazing experience.
It is.
And like when you were doing your stream and I was in the chat, we were both getting very, very over enthusiastic about it. And I feel like everyone else was like, what the fuck are they talking about? So I want to have the conversation because I'm like, god damn, it was such a cool thing.
It really was. It was. Okay, so like for those who don't know, I do have sort of a background when it comes to film and television. I've got qualifications in it, and I've also sort of like worked in that industry. So I do like generically have like a good idea when it comes to like cinematography and storyboarding and even just stuff like framing, color palettes and things like that. So for me, it's almost like it's very difficult, like having to watch shows without being distracted or like by either like visual effects or camera movements or things like that. Because usually I will be watching and be like, wait, how'd they do that shot? I was like, oh, are they filming on a red or like
Mm,
is that an Ari? And like just getting into that kind of thing, completely forgetting what I'm actually watching. Whereas like first of all, like Haunting of Hill House itself, like as a story, is very, very cool. I think
it's
anyone who gets to watch
so
it
well written
is
till the end.
and it's a wonderful experience to get to watch Haunting of Hill House.
Yeah.
What sort of blew me away even more is like, well, one, the story, because I loved it, but two, just being able to like just visually see just like the care and attention and the detail and the effort that went into something to making something like that.
If
That's why it was, number one watch on Netflix for what, like 5 weeks in a
yeah,
row. That's why it was so popular. Just the use of shapes and framing, the way they like interlinks the story, like making references in like episode 8 back to things that happened in like the second or even the first episode. Every
mm,
detail of that story was just planned down to an absolute T. And that's why I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. I remember they're like hour episodes each, and I binge watched like the first 6 episodes in one night. And I was like, God, I've got work in the morning. I need to put this down. Um, then I picked it up the next night and finished it. Oh,
I did that with Naruto. Except for it was 100 episodes.
oh God,
This was when I was like, God, when did Naruto? I think that must have been like when I was like 14 or something.
like a million years ago.
Like 3 million years ago, yeah. But no, one thing is like, it's very rare where you see a film or TV show that pays love and attention to the cinematography along with the story.
Mhm.
Like
Yes.
you can point out a lot of shows where they pay a lot of attention to how it's filmed,
Mhm.
and they'll do like an impressive one shot, like one take.
Mhm.
But invariably, in a lot of them, you'll look at it and go, "Why though?" It's like that was a beautiful that you filmed that beautifully, but you're just doing it because other people have done it and it's like a trend at the moment. You're not doing it because it fits the scene or because it makes sense. You're just doing it because you're doing it. Whereas the like one of the best what's the word sequences in Hill House is in the funeral home.
Mhm. That
When
one shot.
that one
That
shot
one
is
hand shot.
so good and it fits the story and it fits what's happening and it's contextual to the things that are going on because like you say yourself about you having background with like is cinematography the correct term or
Um, I would just say just like more with the understanding of film and TV, like cinematography is more just like the art of the image, and that's why they have cinematographers and like
yeah.
DPs and that they focus on just like making the shot as visually pleasing and as aesthetic and as good as it can be. And
Mm.
then usually there's the director and the producer coming along. It's like we don't have the budget and all the time for this. Just give us a just shoot the shot. You don't get to be creative. You don't get to have your nice pretty shot. We need this film. We're 3 weeks behind schedule. Just go. Um, so that's why it's like when I look at Haunting of Hill House, and it's like everything was done down to a T. It's like
So
that
intricate.
uh like that pan shot, that 360-degree pan shot, which they do in the funeral home, that had been rehearsed, not even down to
Mm.
like the placing of the actors, but like to the lighting, to the set changes. When oh, so there's like also like a really good like advert which was all filmed in one shot. I don't know if I'll be able to find it for you, but it's about this girl who's in this small apartment, and basically it's just a slow panning thing which so there's the camera guy with the camera. It's on a full body gimbal, and he's slowly walking around in almost just like a very large circle, and as he's turning and panning, everyone is moving behind him. They're changing the scenes. They're getting the next actress in.
Yeah.
They're switching up the lighting, and it's just a continuous pan. And he films almost like 5 or 6 different instances of this girl's life as it progresses. Like from it being like a really shitty home, to her like knocking through a wall, to like watering her plants, to like picking up a dog to go outside, to having friends over for dinner, and it's all done in one shot. And they showed a behind the scenes thing of it, and it is amazing.
Yeah.
And everything is so planned, and that's how I also like imagine it. And I overanalyze that scene in Hill House, because I'm like, okay, so these actors have gone behind this wall and they're waiting behind there. They've changed the light progression slowly from this shade to this shade, and someone right now behind the camera is moving this and changing that in the scene, or they're doing costume change over there, and that's just what is whirling around in my mind. Whilst I remember I went back and rewatched it like 3 or 4 times, because like, this is superb. This is wonderful.
Yeah, and like, did you the first time through, how many of the hidden ghosts and the little shifts in the house did you notice? Because
I noticed more
I noticed
than I thought I did.
I noticed a couple at best, and it was more in the kind of like, I don't think that was anything. Like there was a point when I was like, did that statue move? No. And like, I was too invested in the show to like skip back and double check. I was like, and then I watched some people kind of like breaking stuff down for the show and everything, and I realized how many ghosts are hidden in plain sight, and just
there's so many.
Yeah.
I remember I only sort of like thought to look out, because I remember I saw something on Twitter, like someone saying like, oh my god, like I can't believe like how many Easter eggs and things there are in Hill House. And I think I clicked on it and like scrolled to like 1 or 2 and was like, all right, I don't want to spoil it for myself, because I haven't really watched it yet.
Yeah.
But so it was like conscious in my mind to look out for these things, and it's like I've just see almost just like what I thought would be like someone just sort of like standing in the background. They weren't even moving, but it just looks almost like the lower half of just like someone just standing in the corner. And I was like, oh, is that something? No, I don't think that's something. And then afterwards, I think I went through like an article thread which like pinpointed them all out, and I wanted to see how many I'd gotten. And I'd gotten quite a few. I think it was only like 2 that I'd missed. I was very impressed with myself.
It's like when the statues move, like he goes into the room with his kids, and then he comes back out, and when he goes in, they're facing one way. When he comes out, they're facing another way. It's like, oh crap! And there's ones where like the kid comes up from the basement on the ladder, and there's a person just staring through the rungs of the ladder. I didn't notice that at all, and I'm just like, geez, how did I miss some of these? Like, but Well,
there's one where it's like I think they're breaking through a wall like in the basement. And they got builders, and they find like what's like a decomposed body, and it's just almost like it's a shot of like the builders and like the dad sort of like saying like, oh my god, no, didn't notice that. And they have just sort of almost like the white tarp, or like the sheets that you put up like whilst you're building, like stop dust getting everywhere. You just sort of like look in the background, and there's a girl with like white hair and a white dress just peeping through.
Yeah.
Just like at the corners of the sheet, and you don't notice it. And I think they do it twice in that scene as well.
There's a couple of times where they actually just leave someone in the background just standing there, and I didn't notice. But I think the most show-off moment is when they have I can't remember her name, but she's the one who dies.
Nell.
They have Nell standing in the funeral home in the exact same way, but just the way they frame it and the way it's done, you notice that one. And I feel like it was like a little tip where it was like, hey, if you pay more attention, you'll see all these things. And I'm like, god damn, assholes, I didn't see any of them. But no, it like, one of the things I like to highlight to like show how good it is one of the early first jump scares that we talked about a little bit, where he goes to see his kids as they had like, I think they woke up and they were a little upset, and he went to calm them down and put them back to bed. And then he walks out of the kids' room into a hallway, and the camera is like looking down the hallway, and then he walks into his room with his wife, and the camera stays on the hallway and very slowly zooms in, and they're playing off that whole horror trope of when a camera zooms in a bit, there's going to be a jump scare. But nothing happens, so you're like, what are they doing? And you're like, when is the monster gonna come out into the hallway and go ooga booga booga? And then it cuts with a really nice sound effect to him just getting into bed, and it made me jump because I was so tense expecting something, and then he's just like, oh, I'm getting into bed, and I was like, ah! And it's fucking great. They already use a couple of jump scares, and I would almost say that one's a subversion, and the ones that are actual jump scares are fucking jump scares, and they're like they're used contextually for the most part. There's one bit where he goes into a closet and it has like a wow noise, which was kind of, it didn't really fit and it was a little bit weird, but nothing's perfect, so
Yeah.
Oh, and also question, because you were talking about, have you watched 1917?
No.
I would suggest 1917. Cinematically, it's really impressive.
Okay.
And like the thing is the story is kind of throwaway. Like, it's a good story. It's got everything you need, but they very clearly were like, you know, writing a love letter to filmmaking in the sense of like visual filmmaking.
Yeah.
So like there's some really nice shots, and there's a really nice one shot at the beginning, which is like they're walking. One of the characters is walking through a trench, and it goes on for like, I think the first 20-25 minutes or something crazy like that of the beginning of the film is just what is shot as one shot. So it and suddenly like 20 minutes in, you realize, you go like, has there been a cut or anything? No, it's just been following this character the entire time. It's fucking amazing. Obviously, it wasn't the same kind of like one shot as you were talking about for that that, you know, like changing the scene and but it's still really good.
I remember another I can't remember the name of it, but it's also like a wartime film, and it's at like the very very end. I think, where it's like the soldiers are coming home. The soldier, like he was like getting to go home to his family.
Dunkirk.
And obviously, you know, like people. It might have been, I don't know.
Is it,
like all people.
They're on the beach waiting for the ships?
No.
Okay.
But it's like it's almost like there's like a bit of street party like celebrations. There's like a big wheel and a carousel, and basically it just follows the soldier sort of like just almost like walking along, seeing everyone happy, and is like he's seeing his friends like reunite with his family, and you know, just like trying to find like his love like at the end of it. Honestly, I can't remember what film it is, and even if people suggested names, I wouldn't be able to tell you, because it's not because I've watched it, it's because someone showed me a clip of it, because it was all done in one take. It was a 15-minute sequence, all done in one take with all this background action. I'm just thinking, it's like, how many times do you actually have to redo that? But I remember with this one, apparently it was because like they didn't really know how to end it off, so they just they just told everyone to just go into background action and just, you know, just act how, you know, people would act in that time, and they just followed the main guy around and they said, okay, we want you to do this and this, and they just followed him with the camera. And it ended up, because they're running out of shooting days, they're running out of budget, so they attempted this one take, this 15-minute one take, and they only had the one chance of it, and they got it, and they used it, and that's how they used it to finish off the film, which was pretty cool.
That's really cool. I want to say like Heartbreak Ridge.
Honestly, again, I wouldn't be able to tell you because I haven't watched it myself.
I've been trying to think of war films and stuff, but I'm not sure about that one. Usually I'm quite good with films and knowing after a description, but can't say that one rings a bell to me. My brain is thinking Sweet Home Alabama, but that's not even a war film. That's just a good film. What? Hot take. Come at me.
I've never seen it, so I couldn't comment.
Really? It's actually it's probably if someone said to me like, man, rom-coms suck, I'd say watch Sweet Home Alabama. It's not amazing, but it's also quite solid as a film.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's and it was funny when you were like, hey Sheepy, tell me all of your film you're like, Sheepy, tell me all of your film stuff, and I'm like, okay, so and I rattled off a shit ton of films, and Safi was like, I know none of those. I'm like, well, we knew that was gonna happen.
Oh dear. I'm interested about this tier list now.
Okay. We're gonna rock in. What tier list are we doing today?
I know. I thought you had one prepared. Or Sheepy. You're not ready.
Well, no, because it's your choice.
I thought you'd already chosen.
No, I mean I can just go like, a movie tier list. Yeah, we can do that. Actors and actresses.
I might not be as good as that one because I'll recognize people in films, but I'm really bad with names, unfortunately. Yeah, we can do movie tier list.
There's two actors and actresses tier lists that just made me laugh. Which is, the first one is a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio, and it just says DILF actors. I'm assuming that's dads. And then the next one over is A24 actors I can beat in a fight.
I didn't realize that these were like pre-generated lists. Like I thought you had to make them yourselves.
No, these are pre-generated. Do you want to go movies?
Yeah, let's go movies. I'm curious about this.
Okay, let's have a look here. Memes, Mega Man. Where's movies? Movies. Okay. Film Twitter faves, ultimate DILF GILF tier list. Wait.
Oh, you know what?
Why
do
is
you know
it?
what that means? Do you know what that means?
I'm assuming it's dad and granddad.
And what does the rest mean?
I'd like to fuck.
There we go.
I mean, you knew I knew what it was. You just wanted me to say it out loud. I think what's super confusing is there's also the ultimate MILF GILF tier list.
Let's just do movies. Let's just movies.
I mean, we've got popular 2010s, got horror movies, villain rankings.
Is that just a generic movies one, or they're all that specific?
Yeah, that's probably a generic movies one. IMDb top 250. That could take a while. Trilogies.
Also, find that question. What did you think about, or have you watched The Queen's Gambit?
I didn't like it.
You didn't like it?
I didn't like it. I gave it a chance, and I recognized the quality, but quality doesn't mean enjoyment. I didn't enjoy it. So, like, one of the things I always have difficulty with when I talk to people about films, especially some people called PG Pixel 8, is I separate quality from enjoyment.
Okay.
So if I say I don't like something, it doesn't mean it's bad. If I say I hate something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. You know, there's like The Queen's Gambit is a great example actually, because it's something that I can acknowledge as being very good. I just don't enjoy it that much.
And that's perfectly fair.
Yeah. However, if there's a lot of instances where I don't like something, where I have like loads of criticisms of it. You know, where I'm like, I don't like this, and also it's bad. And so like, I kind of have to qualify now, because a lot of people get attached to their opinion, in the sense of if I like something, it must be good. Which I myself personally, I don't really agree with. I think that Like, for example, one of the films I mentioned to you, Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai.
Yeah.
I really like that, but it's like, I like it thematically. I don't think it's a particularly well-made film. Which hurts me to say a little bit, because I love it, but at the same time, it's like, best Tom Cruise movies. I'm trying to find, like, a generic one, and, we've got best movie franchises of all time. Friday the 13th, Aladdin.
Or franchises.
It's like
Yeah.
Rambo. I can keep looking. 2019 movies. Let's have a look at random films number 2. That could be dangerous because it's also in Spanish. No me gusta. No me gusta.
Yo no hablas español.
That's confusing because you just spoke Spanish to say I don't speak Spanish.
Yo estudié español en mi colegio para unos años, por ejemplo, mi español es muy pequeño.
Laskia está loco. Está loco. Digo yo. When I did Spanish in school, we had this song that was played occasionally, and it was La guía está loco. Está loco. Digo yo. And I never knew what it meant because I wasn't very good at Spanish. But it turns out it means the guide is crazy, says I. So, see, I'm tempted to click on 90s movies, but I feel like that's out of your wheelhouse a little bit.
I'm sure I've watched a few 90s movies or I'm aware of.
Right. So we've got like 101 Dimensions, 10 Things I Hate About You, Sixth Sense, Ace Ventura, Addams Family, Aladdin. How are we doing so far?
Know about 2 of those.
Jesus Christ. I was reading through them and I was actually like, yeah, you know what? Safi probably will know all of these. These are like super, and then you just made me feel old all over again. Best film franchises of all time. We got like 50 Shades of Grey, Alien versus Predator. How is Alien what the fuck? I want to shout at this tier list.
That sounds like a good one. Let's go for it.
Oh god, I'm gonna be so angry. Okay. Okay. So I'll send it over to you so you can look at it and play along.
Okay.
Why would you choose this? This is supposed to be the best movie franchises of all time. And the second one is Alien versus fucking Predator. And the fourth one is Alvin and the goddamn Chipmunks. I hate it.
Oh, this is gonna be amazing.
I actually fucking hate this. Okay, let's bring it up.
Okay, I think I do better with franchises than just like individual. Yeah, okay, I'm recognizing quite a lot of these. Okay, I feel better about this. Yeah.
Well, it's the franchise, so it includes Alien vs Predator 2, Requiem.
Never seen it. I'm hurting Sheepy internally.
Why would you do this? Okay. So we'll change it to like 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. That's how numbers work, Sheepy. Keep up. 31 to 40. I don't think I'll get this far, but 41 to 50, and then we'll classify them better. So, the way this works is we go to 41 to 50, we put 50 Shades of Grey in the top slot, and then I say to you, hey Safi, 50 Shades of Grey or Alien versus Predator, which one's better?
Alien versus Predator.
Okay. The Alien...
I've never even seen it, and I know that it's better.
There are no right or wrong answers. This is personal preference. Alien, the franchise Alien, versus 50 Shades of Grey.
I assume that Alien is better than both of those.
Hold up.
Oh, sorry, am I doing it wrong?
No. You said I assume that Alien is better than both of those.
Again, I've not seen
You
it.
haven't
but
seen
based
it.
off people's reactions, it's
Have you seen Alien, Aliens, or Alien Revolution?
none of them.
No. Okay.
All I've heard of is the spoof, which I think is called Spaceballs, where it's like I think there's a scene in Alien where like something like bursts out of a guy's stomach, but in the spoof version, it's like this little like alien like jumps out and he puts the hat on and he starts tap dancing, and it's like very like memeing off of what happens in the thing.
Oh, okay. You didn't mean that Spaceballs was a spoof of Alien.
Is it not? Have I got that wrong?
No, I mean that scene is a spoof of Alien.
Okay.
But the film itself is not a spoof of Alien. So Spaceballs is a spoof of Star Wars?
I've never seen it. I've just heard that apparently this is the thing that happens in it.
Right, okay. So, for your sake and mine, we're going to move on from this conversation.
Okay.
So, I'm assuming you want to put Alien at the front currently.
Yes.
Okay. Alvin and the Chipmunk.
Here's the thing. It's like obviously I saw Alvin and the Chipmunk movies when they came out, which was obviously I was a lot younger.
Right.
But I'd say it's better than 50 Shades.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, Alien versus Predator, even though I'm sure there are some people who disagree and be wrong, then like even the first film isn't that great. But you know, you haven't seen them, so The Purge.
Okay, so I believe I've watched 2 of them. I think I've watched the first Purge.
Yeah.
I think I missed the second one, and then I watched the third one. I'd put it between Alien and Alien vs Predator. Like it does have some like really cool like features and aspects to it. But then it basically it's the same thing. It's the same thing every time, but it's just like how gruesome, in what different ways can we make people die? In what different ways can we gruesome? And that's why I know they're releasing, I don't know if it's a new movie or they released a TV series of it, didn't they? And now they're releasing another movie where it's the premise is basically the premise of the Purge, you know, is like all crime, including like murder, is legal for 24 hours as a way for people to get, you know, the anger and frustration and like all the pent up, you know, evilness inside of them out on one day, as opposed to having crime be a thing where it's illegal for the rest of the year. So supposedly in this world, well, in America, where it's set in this world, crime rates are at an all-time low because all crime is then legal on those 24 hours and everyone acts in those 24 hours.
Yeah.
But supposedly in this newest movie, they're now saying that the rules have been changed. Well, actually, they did that in the third one, because what part of the initial rules was like all crime is legal for 24 hours, all emergency services are non-contactable, but it's like the top 10 leading people in politics are exempt from the purge. Like you can't murder them. And I think in the third one, there's this woman who is running for, like, she's running for like either like candidacy, or I think like part of the presidential election, with the intention of getting rid of the purge, like because she believes, you know, that it's not right, because I think it's like spoiler backstory.
Can I suggest?
Yeah.
Spoilers are fine. Like fuck the people watching. Hey guys. Can I suggest that you put The Purge above Alien? I don't agree, but the thing is you clearly know more about The Purge and enjoyed it more than you have Alien.
True. Yeah. Let's put that above Alien, like purely because of the fact that I've actually seen it.
It'll anger nerds, so I'm even more okay with it. next up is something which is probably going to, like, I'm looking at this list and I'm like, there's going to be a lot of things where you say you haven't seen them, and I'm going to get angry. So let's anger some nerds. Majority me. American Pie.
Okay, so American Pie. I've never watched one to full completion.
Okay.
But I have
like
seen...
a porno, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces in clips.
Yeah.
Mainly because like when I didn't have like access to movies and things, like one things I did as a teenager was just like go on YouTube and watch, you know, like the ready cut clips and just like kind of get like a general idea of what happened. And there was this one scene, I don't know if because there's multiple American Pie movies, and one of them where it's like the teenage girl's upstairs with a boyfriend, the parents are downstairs making dinner, and the girl's got like music turned up loud, and they're getting a little bit hanky panky kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the mum asked the father, "Oh, can you go tell Stephanie, you know, dinner's nearly ready?" And the dad's like, "Okay." So he goes up and he goes like goes to knock on her door, and she says, you know, those two words, and the guy's like, "Oh, okay, you know, she's coming down to dinner soon," because she just hears the door, I'm coming," and it's, oh god, someone's gonna clip that. But that's pretty much all I know about it, so I'm just gonna put that probably between Alvin and the Chipmunks and 50 Shades.
Okay.
I have seen 50 Shades, but I'd rather put films I haven't seen above it, because as a thing it is just fucking horrific.
So we have two additional categories for you now. We have I Want to Hurt Sheepy, which is basically things that you've heard are good but you haven't seen.
Oh, okay, so let's get rearranging.
And then
trash
garbage is for things that you just haven't seen but assume are bad. And both of these may hurt me. Depending on where you put what
okay,
you put where.
But can't trash garbage be things that I think are just literal trash garbage?
Well, I mean, that they'll just be at the bottom of the tier list.
Okay, fair enough.
So Alien.
I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Okay.
Alien versus Predator, trash garbage.
That's fair. I think technically you can say you've watched American Pie, because it is literally just a set of clips.
Oh dear. So yeah, the way this is looking right now, yeah, on my actual list, yeah, it looks pretty good. So next, Austin Powers.
Austin Powers.
I Want to Hurt Sheepy because I've never seen it.
You've never seen it?
I've never seen Austin Powers, but I've seen, again, like little bits and pieces, like actually less so of the actual film, but more at very recently there was a clip of an Australian amusement park where they had this guy come out dressed as Austin Powers, and they came out and they did the dance like to the music, and I found that very amusing to watch. Yeah, it was that exactly. And I thought I also just like found it kind of funny, just like whenever I saw like the just the splash art on the movie titles, either on like Plex or like whatever thing I had set up.
Yeah.
Just because it was like, oh, this is just like a spoof of James Bond. Is it a spoof of James Bond? I don't know, but just like one of them is named like Austin Powers, the spy that shagged me. I was like, that's funny.
I have to ask Safi.
Yes.
Because this is fairly, important. Are you an operative sent to destroy my brain? Because you literally just Spaceballs is a parody of Alien. Austin Powers might possibly be a parody. It is a parody of James Bond.
Okay, there you go. All right, next. What's the next one?
Batman. So this is the like 90s Batman. So it's like Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, and the one with Jim Carrey as the Riddler, bat nipples and bat card, bat credit card.
Yeah.
Is this going into I Want to Hurt Sheepy or trash garbage?
Okay, so this is a bit strange one. So there's a lot of Batman films, some of
Yes.
which I have seen, some of
Right.
which I haven't seen. So, my opinion is, probably gonna be more based on the ones I have seen, and there are some like really good ones, such like Dark Knight and a
Right.
lot of the ones with Heath Ledger in it.
Well, there's
Uh,
only one
oh,
with Heath Ledger in it.
is there only one? I thought there was more. Okay, my bad. I thought like just because I hadn't seen as many of them, I was like, oh, Heath Ledger's in more of them. Oh no. Oh, okay, that's fine. But then what sort of like makes me dislike this more is the more recent renditions. I feel like because I went to go see Batman versus Superman,
Yeah.
and because it so fucking utterly destroyed my hope and faith in DC movies that I didn't even go to see any of the other ones. Like I didn't go to see Aquaman. I think I saw Wonder Woman. I didn't go to see like any like the other ones which came like after it, just because the entire premise of Batman versus Superman
Yeah.
was just to generate box office money. There was literally no reason for that film to happen
Yeah.
other than that, because the story was utter bullshit. It was literally, it became server RP, where it became a dick swinging contest of like, oh, I'm big, I'm better, I'm the more invincible. It was just two boys. It was just two boys
Sword
playing with their
fighting.
toys.
Yeah.
And it was just like, this completely defeats the whole premise of who these superheroes were. It's like they're supposed to have morals and they're positive characteristics. And yes, there's, that they have their faults and their flaws, but it's like they almost like completely forget everything which like made them Batman, other thing that made them Superman, and they're just completely destroying this city, just fighting each other. And I know they usually destroy cities whilst like fighting off bad guys,
Yeah.
but they're just having just like a meathead like fight in the parking lot outside Tesco's at 2 a.m. just trying to see, who's the better fighter for no reason, and it's stupid. And so for that reason, I'll put it above Alvin and the Chipmunks, because Dark Knight is actually good.
Okay.
But I hated Batman versus Superman, and it killed off
And
DC in my mind.
I'm assuming you haven't seen any of the films before Batman Begins.
I might have done. I might have seen bits and pieces. I've seen the one
Jim
with...
Carrey as the Riddler.
Yeah, I think I've seen parts of them, or if I have watched the full film, I was too young to remember it.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I've definitely seen the one with Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman. I've seen the one with Halle Berry as Catwoman.
That's called Catwoman.
Oh,
So that's not a Batman film. That's a Catwoman film.
oh God! Even I would kick me off your show right now. That was horrendous.
I started this thinking that it was going to torture me. Now I'm like, Safi, do you wanna switch? Like,
Okay, next.
and also I just want to say, for Batman versus Superman, there should be no action scenes in Batman versus Superman. Batman should use his brain to work against Superman, because that's where his strength is. Versus, it's all really fucking stupid. National Treasure.
Never heard of it, so it's gonna go in trash garbage.
Trash garbage. You hear that, Peachy? Blade Runner.
Okay, so I have seen. I have seen the first Blade Runner.
Yeah. Oh, well, the original? Okay. Damn.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I got bored. Maybe it's just because it's like a cult classic film. I don't know, but I was just like, oh, okay, is this film just purposely just trying to take longer than it needs to, or just to do something alternative for the sake of it? Like, I got bored. I just got bored watching it, and that made me not want to watch the newer one.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put that. I'll put it.
You know what would really teach you the lesson? To put it below Alvin and the Chipmunks.
No, I really didn't enjoy it, so I'm gonna put it below Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Wow.
Well, I got more enjoyment out of Alvin and the Chipmunks as a fucking 11-year-old than I did out of Blade Runner at any age. So.
Sorry, chat's losing their fucking mind. Blade is up next. Wesley Snipes.
Never seen it, so it's gonna go in I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Because you know that it's good, even though you've never seen it.
No, I've genuinely never heard of it.
Oh god, that does hurt me. Okay. The Conjuring.
Okay, I've actually watched, I think 2 or how many's in the series? I think there's a few.
Yeah.
I think they bring out a new one as well. Conjuring, I found it is really good. I quite enjoyed it because I do enjoy watching horror films, even though I haven't watched a large plethora of horror films.
Nice use of plethora.
Thank you. It was definitely, oh god, I'm getting attacked in DMs now.
Ignore it.
I definitely found it to be one of the horror movies which got me a bit more, because I mean, there's only sort of like so much you can do with horror, and I think what a movie which sort of like really highlights, almost mocks the entire genre of horror movies is Cabin in the Woods. If anyone hasn't seen Cabin in the Woods, it just basically dissects what horror movies are and shows all, like, you know, the tropes and the traits and the nuances and just the over exacerbated like just of what horror movies are. But what I found from The Conjuring was they did a lot of things that I hadn't seen before or wasn't expecting, which was almost like, for me, as like someone who enjoys watching horror movies, I found it as a bit of a breath of fresh air. It's like, oh wow, something new, something different, not something that's just constantly traditional. It's just like, oh, the scary music amps up and they go and pull back a curtain and then there's nothing there, so the music stops, and then 2 seconds they turn around and there's the jump scare. I think the only time that's ever got me was when I watched It. It was the newer It.
Well, yeah, the older It isn't that very jump scary, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's the one where like Leslie's like in the bathroom. It's like she's finally like finished like kicking the shit out of her dad.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because it's not meant to be a jump scare moment, it's not. There's nothing leading up to it. Like the build up was like the fight with her dad, and then that happened, and it's like, oh, that's over, and then she turns around and there's fucking Pennywise.
Yeah.
Like, because that's what wasn't expected. That's the only time that kind of build up got me. But yeah, The Conjuring definitely above The Purge.
Yeah, I'd agree. We now have so this is gonna technically, this Batman series franchise is different from the Batman in the like the Batman versus Superman, etc.
Trash garbage. Trash garbage.
Trash garbage.
Put it in the bin.
Wait,
set it on fire.
But you've seen some of these, right?
Set it on fire.
Okay, I'm gonna. Is it better or worse than 50 Shades of Grey?
Better.
Is it better or worse than American Pie?
It's better than American Pie. I still hate it, but yeah,
is
it's
it
better than
better
American
or
Pie.
worse than Blade Runner?
Tell you what, put it behind. Put it between Alvin and Batman.
Okay. It's a lot higher than you thought it was gonna go, right?
I mean, I hate it, but it's like, I can appreciate quality in some aspects, like the quality which went into probably like making and producing of those Batman films is obviously a lot more than what into the making of the Alvin and the Chipmunk. Did I enjoy Alvin and the Chipmunks more? Probably did enjoy it more as an 11-year-old, but I can see that there is more quality in those new Batman films, even if I personally dislike them.
Yes. Do you want to put the Batman franchise before Batman Begins into I Want to Hurt Sheepy? If you really want, you can put it into trash garbage, but...
May as well put that into I Want to Hurt Sheepy, because I think I should only number films that I have actually sort of seen.
Yeah, or you know enough to, like, you've had something, like American Pie, you've seen enough clips and stuff to be like, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Deadpool.
Alright, put Deadpool between Conjuring and The Purge.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I felt about it too.
Yeah, so I've only seen the first one. I've not
Okay.
seen the second one. I feel like I need to, but just like the first one
No.
alone. I remember when I first went to see it, it was like I got taken to see it, it was like right before my secondary school exams. I think it was like back in 2016. Like before I went to go do my O levels, and I was like really stressed out. My dad was like, "Hey, let's go see a movie." And he took me to see Deadpool, and it was actually quite a few weeks after Deadpool had been out. So I remember there was only like us and like three other people in the cinema, but I fucking cackled. It was so I really enjoyed it. So I feel like I don't know what people's opinions are on the second movie, but just based off the first one, it's like, yeah, that's where it should belong.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen the first one, you've seen the second one, basically.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Final Destination.
I won't hurt sheepy. I have no clue what that is.
Okay.
Does
no.
that hurt you?
Final Destination. I saw the first one, and I was like, okay, and that was my experience with Final Destination.
Okay.
Die Hard. Be careful now.
I want to hurt sheepy.
You haven't seen Die Hard?
All I know is people argue about whether it's a Christmas movie or not, and I don't understand that because the best Christmas movie is Gremlins, and the only time I've made like heard or known facts about it is when I've been watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and that's just because like the main character loves Die Hard so much that I've like learned tiny bits and pieces from there, which I now can't remember. But no, I've never seen Die Hard.
You know what's funny is there are two different generational things for like characters in TV shows that love Die Hard, and it's hilarious that your reference is Brooklyn Nine-Nine and mine is Friends, because Joey and Chandler watch Die Hard all the time because they love it.
I don't even remember that from watching Friends.
Oh well, maybe yeah. Are you sure it was Friends you watched? Not How I Met Your Mother or something.
Wow. Okay. Even that's low, even for you. I'm that much of a fucking zoomer that I confuse Friends with How I Met Your Mother. What would be even worse if you went and said, "Did you mistake Friends for The Big Bang Theory?" Like, fuck.
You asked me if Austin Powers was a parody of James Bond.
But it's pretty easy to assume that.
It's very easy to assume that. It's worrying that you didn't know that.
I couldn't be sure.
Do you want to put Dirty Harry into I Wanted to Hurt Sheepy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things that are hurting Sheepy right now. You know what's funny is the best thing about this tier list that we're doing is I feel like you're going to be able to tier list Divergent, but you haven't been able to tier list Alien, Austin Powers, Blade, Batman, Final Destination, Die Hard, and Dirty Harry. Are you now going to tier list Divergent?
Will it hurt you to let you know that not only have I seen this film, so I've read all the books?
Okay, let's do this. Let's tier list this motherfucker. Let's do it. I'm in.
Oh god. Okay, so obviously this came out when I was in like the middle of secondary school, so it's like very much like Divergent, The Hunger Games.
I'm not allowing you to be like, okay, get out of jail free card. I was young, or you know, I was really drunk or something. Like, no, you watched this, you read the books, you know how good it is, and you're going to please put it above Blade Runner. Like, that would make my day.
I'm gonna put it between Blade Runner and American Pie, and also I want to move Blade Runner above Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Is that because you've been shouted at in DMs?
No.
Okay, you know, it's fine. We have outside sources. Fucking Russian hacker bots have changed this election already. The Evil Dead. And I just can't wait for it to go into I Want to Hurt Sheepy, or even Trash Garbage.
I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Okay. Well, at least you knew enough not to put it into Trash Garbage. The Expendables.
Oh! I think I've watched the first one of that. I really enjoyed that. So I'm gonna put the Expendables between Deadpool and The Purge.
Okay. I'm sorry. The excitement of I think I've watched one of those. It's like
No, I just didn't know which one I'd watched, but I remember that whichever one of them I watched was really good.
so good. You remember which one it was?
Alright,
Okay,
next.
let's keep going. The Fast and the Furious.
Ooh, okay. Obviously, I've actually watched. I think I've watched 1 through 7. And what there's is there 9 or is there 10 of them now? Because there's also there's Hobbs and Shaw, and there's
Excuse me for one moment. I'm coming closer to the microphone here. So, Safi, hello.
hello.
So you've seen the Fast and the Furious 1 through 7, but you haven't seen Alien, Austin Powers, Blade, Batman, Final Destination, Die Hard, Dirty Harry, and The Evil Dead.
I think we've established this.
I just wanted to reiterate it for those people watching who want to die.
I'm getting more DMs from different people.
please go on.
I think the last one I saw, I think it was the last one that had I feel bad, I should know his name.
Paul Walker?
Paul Walker, yeah, it was the last one that had Paul Walker in, because I know that they use like some CGI and they use his brother to finish some stunts in later ones. It's from
It's the one where he drives off and that's him out.
Yeah, it's where like the road like parts off and the him and Dominic Toretto they drive off into different lanes.
Have you seen the meme of when there's a car like driving down the road and it's got like a trailer on the back and the trailer's like running behind the car and then one of the wheels comes off the trailer and takes an exit off and it plays the "It's been a long road." Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna find it very quickly because it is just beautiful.
Oh no! Don't DMCA yourself.
No, I'll send it to you and.
Okay.
You know what? I'll do. You carry on and talk about Fast and Furious. I'm just gonna find this quickly.
Okay. So I actually watched these with a friend and we'd watch them through in order. And I remember what really didn't make sense for me was watching Tokyo Drift, and then only way down the line did Tokyo Drift then make sense. And I was like, oh, and that was sort of like I think I was probably 15 when I watched the Fast and Furious movies. And it was one of the first times where I'd gone and seen some massive kind of I don't know if it was pre-planning, but I just thought, oh, we'll just do a different time exit just to fill a movie whilst people are off doing other things. But it was the first time I was like, oh, they planned that so far in advance. That is what was this country like?
So just imagine that, but with the music.
It's been a long day.
It's just the beauty with which
you, my friend.
it just detaches and then it just rolls off down the road and it's like, bye.
Oh dear. Okay, I love that.
That's just beautiful. Sorry, carry on.
Okay. All right. So where am I putting this on the?
I don't know, honestly.
I need to see the list again. Okay. I would put Fast and Furious between Deadpool and the Expendables. I did really enjoy it.
Yeah,
even though some things were a bit ridiculous. That thing where they're on the plane and it's just even I would at that age I was very not very susceptible to some things, but even I was they've been on that runway for a very long time. And I remember my friend told me that someone had actually worked out, suppose the miles per hour that it would have been going, and then how long the sequence was, and saying that the length of runway that they needed to have tried to take it off on would have been about 50 miles.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
My experience with the Fast and Furious is I watched and kind of enjoyed the first one. I watched part of the second one because I like Ludacris, and I watched Tokyo Drift and it annoyed me, and that's my experience with the Fast and Furious.
Okay.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Here we go.
I want to hurt Sheepy. I know sort of like what it's about. That's with
it's
Freddy Krueger,
yes.
and I know more about how Freddy Krueger looks and stuff, probably from playing Dead by Daylight because of the expansions, and that he takes you to like the little dream world. It's
Hmm.
like that's more that I know about them from watching the movie.
So your knowledge of A Nightmare on Elm Street is I've seen the character in a video game I play.
And also
Well,
lots of people doing like cosplay kind of things, you know, like the red and black like scraggled
yeah.
like oversized jumper and the black hat and the little pointy hands kind of thing. Like
I
that's
I hope you've also played. I can't remember what the game. No, that's Jason. That's Anyway, Halloween.
Halloween. There's a lot of Halloweens, aren't there?
Yes, it's a franchise, in fact.
Oh, I forgot what you meant. Okay, like how many Halloween? There's like a lot. There's like a lot of them, aren't there?
Oh yeah, you literally just tier listed the Fast and the Furious, and you're like, there's a lot of Halloweens though, isn't there?
No, but there's a lot of Halloween
There's
though.
a lot of Fast and Furiouses. I think there's less Halloweens than there is Fast and the Furious.
Are you sure?
I think so. I don't know anymore. My brain's mush.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay. This made me. Oh, you might really. Okay. I've already sort of like realized my error. I was about to ask something like really stupid.
Well, I mean, I
That's
don't.
two completely different horror movies. Oh my god. I was about to ask if Friday the 13th and Halloween are the same, and I realized they're not. They're really not.
They're not. No. Well, like, yeah.
And I was trying to think if I'd actually seen a Halloween movie or if I was getting it confused with Friday the 13th, and I think I might have been.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna put that in. I want to hurt Shippy.
There's a lot in I want to hurt Sheepy. Sheepy succeed. Okay, so what I'm gonna say here is the Silence of the Lambs is like it's an older film, but just before you do anything drastic, keep in mind that it has Sir Anthony Hopkins, who is basically the golden god of Wales. So just chill your shit, okay, and just figure it out.
Okay, so Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Have not seen it,
Okay.
but have seen video clips of it. And I think it was because obviously with Silence of the Lambs it's got Hannibal Lecter, and I think it's because I originally started watching the TV series Hannibal, so I went to Google Hannibal Lecter, and that's how I came across Silence of the Lambs, and I ended up watching a few clips, like, and there's like a very creepy one, like the like someone goes into like interview him in the cell. I don't know a lot about the premise of it, but I know that it is very much a very popular
Yeah.
a very popular film, which is sort of like stood the test of time. So I'm gonna go and put, even though I've not seen it, just sort of like based off like how well received it is, and how it's something that I do want to watch, I think I will put it behind Blade Runner.
Okay.
This is without having seen it.
Yes. Context has not been viewed. Is behind Batman vs Superman. The Silence of the Lambs.
Okay, put Batman versus Superman behind Silence of the Lambs. I think that's sort of as far as that film
that's
can
the
really go.
Expendables. There it is. Okay. Oh, behind the Silence of the Lambs. There we go. Okay. Harry Potter.
Okay. So
Keep in mind, if you say nice things about Harry Potter, Twitter will lose a testicle.
I know. So have seen all the films, read majority of the books.
I've read all the books, seen a couple of the films.
So I guess at the time of viewing and reading them, I enjoyed the experience in the world, but just given what has gone on.
No, I mean, you can separate art from artist. I do it all the time.
Yeah, fair. I would say I'd put that behind Silence of the Lambs.
Okay, that's fair. I will also say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. I will also say like so I watched the first two Harry Potter films,
Mhm.
and I think in between the first and the second, maybe, or maybe it was the third, they changed Dumbledore's.
That you know why though?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but the really weird thing about that was the new Dumbledore apparently had never read or been directed during the filming of that, because there was a scene where he essentially ran into a room and went, "Harry Potter, you cunt!" and like tried to murder him, and I was like,
It's a meme, and in the book, it's like Dumbledore gently asks, and then the actual thing is like, Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? And it's
he takes a dagger out and stops stabbing him in the face, and I'm like, what happened to Dumbledore? Jesus. So yeah, there's that. Oh, Hellboy. Oh, okay. It's going into I want to hurt Sheepy.
Mhm.
You know what? You know what hurts the most is I'm like, oh, this film, and then I'm like, oh, it's going into I want to hurt Sheepy, and then I'm like, oh, the Hunger Games. She's gonna tier list this.
So I'm gonna play the age card
Right.
and be like
Yeah,
seen the films, read the books.
I've seen the films.
I would put that above Harry Potter.
Is that a question? Is Silence of the Lambs like a measuring stick where it's like I've got to be very careful what I put above Silence of the Lambs.
Actually, I'd probably put it below Harry Potter.
That's fair. I honestly, personally, like judging from like books and writing and just storying and even world building and character building, I think The Hunger Games is better than Harry Potter. Honestly, like I know it's cool to hate on J.K. Rowling. Personally, I don't care about J.K. Rowling. She's just not very good at writing. She's good at like basically compelling world building. She had a good idea, but she can't write characters for shit. She can't write story for shit. And like aside from a reasonably interesting you know, like world building, things like having a house of people who are all irredeemably evil is fucking weird.
Yeah, that's true when you think about it.
Which I think stems from her being bullied at boarding school. So she hates posh people. So she wrote a house full of posh people she could bully, which is just worrying. Glass. So this is Unbreakable, Glass, the one oh god, I can't remember what's the one where he's a lizard dude with multiple personalities?
Oh, is that Split?
Split, yeah.
Okay, so I have seen Split. I haven't seen Glass.
Have you seen Unbreakable?
No.
Okay. Well, 1 out of 3 is not bad, as we've been. Yeah. My bar has lowered so much from the start of this.
I've just lost so much respect for you during this show. So from watching Split, I feel like, you know, there's some parts of it like really good.
Yeah.
Like especially with James McAvoy?
James McAvoy is a very good actor.
Yeah. So like his performance was really good. Can't remember the name of the female. Oh wait, is that Anya Taylor? Oh my goodness, I only just realized it was. It's probably because she's a lot younger when that was filmed.
Yeah.
Anya Taylor-Joy. Oh wow. Her performance was really good. I feel like all the other side characters like surrounding it, like like the other two girls and the psychiatrist. Like, you don't really see many other characters throughout the show because he does so many characters himself.
It's very focused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all the other like side characters, was just very meh. Um, but yeah, James McAvoy, Anya Taylor-Joy. I really enjoyed what they did, and just how it was just almost like a different side of horror.
Yeah.
Like when he sort of like became this almost like beast person, and he's like chasing her down through these abandoned tunnels of the zoo. And what leads all the more terrifying is at the end is that he doesn't get caught. Is that he's still there, he's still out there, even though she escaped. But then that horrifying realization at the end is that she knows she's going to go back home to her uncle, which you sort of find out progressively through the film, does very horrific things.
Yeah.
And it's like she's escaped one horror to then go on to another,
go back to a less supernatural, mundane horror. I will say that Unbreakable is similar in that it's a superhero film, except for it isn't a superhero film. And then Glass is like not very good, but it's kind of okay, essentially.
Okay. Well, I have to base it off what I've seen, and I've only seen Split. I did quite enjoy that, so I think I put Split, the Glass franchise. I'd put that, I'd probably put that between Purge and Blade Runner. Because those people do have to remember that I didn't really like Blade Runner all that much, and I haven't seen Silence of the Lambs. They're almost just sort of like complimentarily on the list kind of thing.
Yeah, it was essentially Safi wasn't confident enough to put Silence of the Lambs in I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
I feel like because I haven't seen it, I need to put it down there, because otherwise I'm just going to be wavering on this marker of hurting people's feelings when
That's
this needs
fair.
to be
Yeah,
a list about what I've seen.
Let's put it in there. That's fair.
Yeah.
Independence Day.
Independence. Oh, have I? I need to like Google
I
it
was.
and check.
Wait, what?
When did it come out? Because I need. Independence Day. Wait.
So there's 2 Independence Days.
Nope, I haven't seen them.
Okay.
So that has to go in I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Well, unless you want to put it in trash garbage.
But how can I put in trash garbage if I don't know that it's trash garbage?
Well, I mean, like, you haven't seen National Treasure or AVP, but you it's essentially from what you've heard, like.
That's what I've heard, and I've heard nothing about Independence Day.
That's okay. So I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Yeah.
All right. Just.
It's gonna be hilarious when the I Want to Hurt Sheepy category is longer than the
longer
actual amount
than
of
the
listed films I have.
Indiana Jones.
Okay, Indiana Jones, I've seen, I'd say at least 2 or 3.
Right.
I do have to also acknowledge that I've seen these when I was younger, and then when I have rewatched these, obviously I'm watching back all the films, where I've been, more climatized or accustomed to newer films.
Right.
So it's like, I guess like the magic of that. It's just an example.
Honest.
Like when I first saw The Matrix, it probably didn't have as much of a wow factor on me as it did as people on the time when The Matrix was released. Because The Matrix, when it was released, was like, they did some effects in there which had like never been done before. I remember like my dad like pausing the TV and explaining to me, it's like, you don't understand like how iconic this was at the time just because you've seen more advanced things. So that's sort of
yeah, I will say The Matrix doesn't hold up very well. Is what I'll say, and but I will also agree with you, because it's like I go back now and I watch The Godfather and I'm like, it's not that great.
Yeah, so for me, Indiana Jones is gonna go.
Oh, this is gonna be a rough one. Sorry, let's do this.
Indiana Jones is. Okay, this is my tier list. I don't know why I'm accommodating.
Yeah, don't
Indiana
accommodate
Jones
anyone.
Is gonna go below Hunger Games, and also Blade Runner is then gonna go below Indiana Jones. I'm gonna reshuffle.
Okay, I'm down for this. Um, sorry, I'm just dying a little inside.
My tier list, you mean?
No, hey, look, I'm gonna beam on this, but I am 100% behind you. If anyone has a serious problem with Safi's tier list, you can actually go get fucked. Insidious.
Have I seen this? I always forget if I've actually seen things. I can't spell. Insidious.
And can I just say, Safi, this to me as a
Oh god, it's because I'm googling, and then I click on Google Pictures, and there's just a picture of like this red little gremlin devil just staring through a window at me. What is that? No, I've definitely seen this one. Oh, that's creepy. All right, I'm closing that. Oh no, I've not seen that, but just from the pictures alone, that looks like trash garbage.
Trash
Set
garbage.
It on fire.
Fuck it.
Set it on fire.
Sending it. Okay, so I've heard, and this has never been confirmed, but I've heard that this next series was what Austin Powers may have been based on. So James Bond.
Oh gosh. So obviously there's a lot of James Bond films. You know, as you go, there's a lot of James Bonds.
For once, you're actually yes, there are more James Bonds than Fast and Furious. But here's my question, Safi. Have you seen more Fast and Furious films or more James Bond films?
Don't ask me that question.
Okay, well, we're just gonna slide right past that. Carry on.
Actually, it might have been just because of like how many new James Bond films there are. So when I started watching James Bond films, I think it was right as, oh god, what's his name? So it was the one before Daniel Craig, and the only reason I know is because it was in Pierce Brosnan. Thank you.
GoldenEye.
Yeah.
So you started with GoldenEye.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't think GoldenEye was the first one that I saw.
Okay.
But I have seen GoldenEye, and then I've seen Quantum of. So I've seen GoldenEye. I think I've seen Octopussy as well. I don't. It was randomly on TV. So I've seen GoldenEye.
Was that Sean Connery?
Might have been. I can't remember. So I've seen GoldenEye, Octopussy. I've seen Casino Royale, which I thought was a very good one.
Which is Daniel Craig.
Which is Daniel Craig, yeah, and also Quantum of Solace, which is also Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Not as good as Casino Royale.
Yeah.
I've seen Skyfall, so I'm up to 5 right now, and then I have to look at what newer ones there are because I can't quite remember the names. James Bond films. I probably remember it off. If I get the list up, I can tell you which ones I've seen. I've heard like a lot of the songs, like stuff, you know, like Diamonds Are Forever, Goldfinger, but I've never actually, you know, like seen those films because it was like way back, like 60s ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so Octopussy.
You know what's so funny is like we had almost this like the first James Bond I saw was GoldenEye. After I watched GoldenEye, I went back and watched like a lot of the James Bond franchise, like from the 50s. Like onwards, and then I haven't seen any of the most recent ones with Daniel Craig.
Okay. All right. So, Octopussy. I've seen GoldenEye.
World Is Not Enough.
No, I haven't seen that one. I think I've seen Die Another Day. I've seen Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, Spectre, and then No Time to Die. So that is 8.
Oh,
which is one more than Fast and Furious.
Fast and the Furious. There you go. So where does it go?
All right, James Bond. I'm gonna have to say that.
If you put it one above Fast and Furious,
that's gonna have to go above the Expendables.
Oh, so exactly where? Okay, yeah, I'm down for that. Let's do it. Okay. Next up is the Bourne Identity.
The Bourne. Oh, Jason Bourne films.
Yeah.
I've seen, I think, about 3 of them.
I think there is 3 of them, isn't there?
Is there 3? I don't know if I'm getting that confused with like whatever.
I think there's
something with
TV
Tom
show
Cruise
as well.
or like
Mission Impossible.
Yeah, sorry, that's gonna offend people, isn't it? That I'm getting confused with Mission Impossible.
Yeah, no, you're alright. It's fine.
All right,
Matt Damon's a good
Jason.
actor.
Jason Bourne movies. Let me do a quick Google because I've got to check. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 Jason Bourne films. I think I've seen either 3 or 4.
I've seen 3. I have a special little crush spot for Julia Stiles, so that always helps.
I think like the one I remember like the most was the Bourne Supremacy, which is like the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I always find like for the type of like action movie it was incredibly dark. Like it was just almost like consistently depressing.
But the film, the way they filmed it was also like filmed in that kind of like toned down. It's very different from the actual poster you see here. Like it's very grey and toned down and kind of grim, like filmed. So,
Yeah, it almost just makes you just like feel like cold. And you're just like,
yeah.
Like good movies.
Yeah.
But like I said, it felt depressing a lot of the time watching it.
Do you know that the Bourne Identity was like Hollywood America's answer to like an American James Bond?
Really?
Yeah. They were like, let's do a James Bond but American, and they did the Bourne Identity.
Mm.
Any idea where you want to put it?
So I just run to a DM because apparently I messed something up.
Oh.
But we won't talk about that. Shh, it's fine.
It's fine.
So Bourne Identity. I think I will put that. I think I'll put that after Fast and Furious.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Okay, so next up. So, feel free to ask.
Don't even start. I can see what's down there. No, it's Johnny English. It's like, is this Mr. Bunny's James Bond movie? Is this spoof?
I'd answer
Is
what
this
you.
spoof for James Bond movie?
I'd answer what you asked me, but I honestly don't know what you said. So, what I will say is, just in case you're not aware, it is a spoof of James Bond.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
wasn't aware.
Well, I'm
Thank you for
happy to help.
informing me. All right, Johnny English. I thought they were quite funny.
Yeah.
I'd say I put Johnny English. I'd say I put It's and sometimes it feels like difficult like to rank some of these because it's like they're all different genres of film as well. So it's like it's one thing like ranking or tiering like horror movies, one thing ranking comedy,
It's
one thing
hard
like
to,
yeah, because it's like, oh, I like this one a lot because it made me laugh, but then you put it next to something else which maybe didn't make you laugh as much, but it's like, oh, but that's such an iconic thing. Can you put a spoof comedy like this up against higher than something which
Well,
holds such gravitas and all that?
I will say this is what happens when you choose a tier list purely based on wanting to destroy someone's soul. So,
I mean, it's very silly. I'd probably put it above Batman vs Superman.
yeah, like I'm not particularly attached to Johnny English. That one doesn't hurt me. There's been a lot that has hurt me, to be fair, but that one doesn't.
I feel like the entirety of the I Want to Hurt Sheepy tier are films that I now have to go and watch to be cultured.
I wouldn't say cultured, but no, actually, I would. 21 Jump Street. So the Jump Street series.
Never seen it. I've heard, and I know it's a comedy movie about spies that try and they disguise themselves as like high schoolers, something.
Undercover cops.
Undercover cop, yeah. That kind of thing. And it just sort of reminded me of sort of like at the time, just like another, it was somewhere like the mid tens, where there was just like a plethora of just like really shitty sort of like comedy-esque like movies that came out.
This is not a shitty comedy-esque thing. This
I guess this is going in. I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, 21 Jump Street's really good.
Is it?
It is in the genre of those crappy comedy films. The thing is like, it's well done, which kind of elevates it. And
Okay.
I think it was one of the first things I saw Channing Tatum in, where he really got to like flex his acting muscles. And
Where he wasn't just putting like, the standard pretty boy.
Yeah.
Role.
Essentially, I want to say Just Dance, but that's not what it's called. What's the one where he's a dancer? And he's...
Magic Mike.
No, that's where he's a stripper.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was... I don't know which one.
I want to say Save the Last Dance, but I'm pretty sure that's Julia Stiles and someone else.
Step Up.
Step Up, that's what it's called. Thank you. You didn't know that. Someone in chat said that, didn't they?
No, I googled it.
Oh, you googled it. Okay.
I'm just. Oh, no, I've actually seen Step Up.
Yeah, right.
I've actually seen that. Oh
Right.
my goodness. I've actually seen that. I only just I didn't remember it by name, but it's just like by clicking on it and like seeing some of the pictures. It's like the guy who's like gets into trouble, and it's like, oh, you can start fixing up this old school, and they need someone who's like the right height and strength, and he's like able to do the lift. Just like, okay, you're my dance partner now. Yeah. Oh, I've actually seen that. I remember I was on a ferry, and I was extremely boat sick, and I was trying not to throw up, but I remember watching it.
Yeah, and also my name Jeff is from 21 Jump Street. Okay, this could be rough. Jurassic Park.
Okay, so this next part might hurt. So I have seen the first Jurassic Park.
Right.
What might hurt you is that I didn't know that there was more than one Jurassic Park until probably about 2 years ago. I thought it was just the one film. I didn't know it was a franchise. And I only realized it was a franchise by watching. I don't know if like the second or the third one. There's just like this little girl on the beach, and lots of like tiny little like Gila raptors just like pop up to her, and then you just hear her scream.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I would say I'd probably put Jurassic Park probably above the Expendables.
Yeah, I think the first Jurassic Park is I dislike the use of the word, but sometimes I'd say iconic. And also
I think it's purely for that the Jeff Goldblum, just like the shirt open, leaning on the side thing.
The Jeff Goldblum is very good, but it is also a good film.
Yeah.
The thing is like the second two aren't very good, so I don't judge you for not having watched them.
I think I watched almost like the newer ones, or like the break-off adaptation, the one with like Chris Pratt.
Yeah,
that one was just meh.
Those are really great. Kill Bill.
I Want to Hurt Sheepy. All I know about Kill Bill, know about Kill Bill, is that, and I probably even got this wrong, so it's got Uma Thurman in it.
It does have. Well done. You get a star.
Thank you. And I only ever knew about Uma Thurman because there's a song I think by Fall Out Boy, which is like named after her. And I used to sing it, and I was like, who is Uma Thurman? And I googled it, and it's like, oh, it's the Kill Bill lady.
I just like to wheel back the time for a second.
I don't get the star no more.
What? No, you can have a star. It's just the phrase, I only know about Uma Thurman because there's a Fall Out Boy song about her.
Oh, no, because I only first discovered the name Uma Thurman from that, and then I realized she's been in lots of other things.
I'm gonna say something you won't get, but some people may get. Uma Thurman sounds like a Bloodhound Gang song. So Kingsman.
I thoroughly enjoyed the first Kingsman movie.
Yeah.
I think the second one was definitely not as good because you just sort of like straight up within the first 10 minutes lost like so many quintessential characters to the first one.
Yeah.
And then because in the first one, the bad guy did like his, evil master plan was so, evilly gruesome that even though it was done in such a comedic way, they had to create a villain like equal or on par with the villain than the first one, and then they were almost sort of like scrambling, running out of ideas of how to achieve that.
I would also posit to say, in retrospect for Kingsman, it was lightning in a bottle, and actually the Kingsman film, the original one, was mediocre to entertaining, but the thing that elevated it so high was the church scene. Like, that is the lightning in the bottle, where they just somehow managed to capture that scene.
And also the fact that it's got, Colin Firth, Mark Strong, Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, I mean, that definitely helps, but yeah, I feel like the church scene is the
pièce de résistance.
Yes, and it pulls the whole thing together, where it like, they tried to do the same thing in the second one, and the second one's just like, whatever.
I feel like the only thing that even comes close to the fight scene in the second one is when they're trying to sneak up on Evil Lady's lair, and he realizes he's gone and stood on like a pressure plate mine.
Yeah.
And Merlin's like puts his foot on it, like, and pushes him off. And he starts singing Country Roads, like swinging like the machete in front of him just to lure all the guards over to him. And it's like the sacrifice. To me, that was just like the most iconic thing. I'm loosely using the word iconic, but just the most favorable thing is like, Mark Strong is singing Country Roads.
But I feel like that's Mark Strong and not the character.
Yeah,
of the film.
but still, it's like, that's what. I mean, even though the second one wasn't anywhere near as good as the first one, it had almost like that shiny moment that Kingsman brings to that type of film, and I really enjoyed it. So for me, Kingsman is probably gonna go. It's probably gonna go above between Jurassic Park and the Expendables.
Don't please people. Don't do things because you're worried about what people say. Fuck people.
Okay, above Jurassic Park then.
Okay, yeah, there we go. If you enjoyed it more than Jurassic Park, then it's valid. I don't even like this. This is gonna be. I mean, this isn't gonna be. I want to hurt Safi, but I don't. I've never seen Olympus Has Fallen. I know nothing of it. So.
I think I've seen 2 of them. I know there's definitely more than 2 of them, but they're generically the same. They're the exact same film. It's like, Mr. President, we've got to leave now. They're just. It's like just like the wounded bodyguard who's got a backstory of like probably like losing his kid somehow and it's hardened him or something along some tragic boo-hoo.
I call this type of film Take It, as a play off Taken, where they're all exactly the same and they're just like generic bullshit. I'd put it in trash garbage, but if you've seen them, then you can rank them.
Yeah, I'd probably say it goes probably below Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Let me ask a question though. The amount of entertainment you got from it, was it higher than Blade Runner?
Stop this. Because I didn't fully like something doesn't mean I can't fully appreciate it for what it was.
I know. I'm just wondering if,
No, this is you trying to hurt Peachy on an emotional level and trying to masquerade it as my decisions.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you tier list these very important films, which don't include Alien, Austin Powers, Blade, Batman, Final Destination,
Okay, next.
Dirty Harry, Evil Dead, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, Silence of the Lambs, Hellboy, Independence Day, 21 Jump Street, and Kill Bill. So, Harry Potter goes up, and The Conjuring goes up. Next up is The Mummy. Hey, Brendan Fraser, I love you.
No, Mummy, first place.
Yeah? Even in front of The Conjuring? Okay.
Good film.
Yeah, I mean, the first one is amazing.
I just realized we're doing Francesca's mother one. Okay, so I've seen the first one.
I'm happy for you to rank it just on the first one.
Yeah, I rank out the first one above The Conjuring, definitely.
CG The Rock as a giant scorpion is weird. It's in the other ones, but Night at the Museum.
Okay, so I enjoyed those, even like the later on ones. I always thought they were those were really good. And was it?
I have a hot take for Night at the Museum.
Okay.
I didn't think they were bad, but they annoyed me because they could have been a lot better.
Mm. I think it's like as a kid, I sort of didn't realize like how renowned like the cast was, because I mean like in the first one it's like, well, it's Ben Stiller, it's Robin Williams, it's Owen Wilson, but also it was my first introduction to Rami Malek, who has then gone on to do quite a few really good things, like his portrayal of Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody
Yeah.
was incredibly spot on for what it was. I've not seen it, but I know that he's been highly praised in is it Mr. Robot or Dr. Robot? Whatever that TV show was. But for not go on.
Shit, I was gonna make a joke, but I can't remember the name of the game he was in. Until Dawn.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Too late.
But
Sorry.
but yeah, so it was so I probably I really actually enjoyed those films.
Yeah.
I would probably put Night at the Museum above Glass.
I think that's fair.
I probably put it above The Purge.
Yeah.
But below
no,
Bourne.
I can see that. I will also say the way I describe films like Night in the Museum is it's the equivalent of someone having like a steak and cheese sandwich where they dump all the steak and cheese and then eat the bread. You know, it's like you're doing it right. Like, you know what you're doing. You're just doing it. You know, you're not taking advantage of what you got. So, Ice Age. Oh God.
All right. So, God, how many have they done at this point? Where is it?
I think I only saw like the first two.
Ice Age. And science. What have they got? All right. So there's. Holy shit! They're trying to milk this for all it's got. Fucking hell! They're milking that titty dry. All right. So there's Ice Age, Ice Age: The Meltdown, Ice Age: Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Ice Age: Continental Drift, Ice Age: Collision Course, Ice Age: Adventures of Buck Wild, which is coming out in 2022.
Oh.
They should have stopped that a long time ago. Like, the only redeemable feature about these films is Scrat, the fucking squirrel, whatever you want to be, just trying to get the fucking acorn into the ice. That and Sid the Sloth. Oh no! When he finds all the little sloth people and they start singing the song like, hey, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm really enjoying this. We'll have a sacrifice, and they're trying to throw him into the volcano. That is the hands down the best thing about Ice Age, is that scene.
I would say the character writing is actually quite good in the first Ice Age, and the interactions between all of the characters is comedically and story wise very well done. I think I've seen the second one, but after I saw the second one, I was like, this is just the first one again. And after that, I was like, I have very little interest in seeing the same film over and over again. But
here's the thing, I think I saw the second one first, because the second one only came out in 2006, and I think my dad got on DVD a little bit while later, so I had to be like 7, maybe 8 years old.
Jesus Christ.
Because the first Ice Age came out in 2002, March 2002. So I would have been 2 years old. So I would have been too young to watch the first one when it came out. So the first one I saw was the second one. I think I then went back and watched the first one, and then I watched Dawn of the Dinosaurs, and it was meh. I wasn't all that interested. But
you know, I will say, I felt the scene where that one guy crashed Europe, racing in Tokyo, was a very sad scene. Continental Drift, sorry.
Oh my god.
Where does Ice Age go?
Ice Age, I'd say Ice Age probably goes above Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Okay. You rate it below Olympus Has Fallen? This isn't saying you're wrong. This is a curiosity to me.
Yeah. Actually, like, I think I probably put above Olympus Has Fallen, not because Ice Age is all good, but it's just because there's like those few unique moments.
It has some
which,
character, which Olympus Has Fallen may not have. Yeah.
Like, Olympus Has Fallen is the most just like generic, Mr. President, get down! Like,
yeah, just
movie trope. It's not even like mocking the genre. It's just the most generic of that movie type that there is. At least with Ice Age, there were some actual like gut busting laughs in there, even if like the whole thing like isn't funny throughout. There's some genuine moments that just like made me like a little bit hysterical, like, you know, where Sid's being like sacrificed. Or I think one of them, it's like, you know, Scrat's finally trying to put the acorn into the ground, and it causes such like a massive like crack in the ground that it creates Europe, because it like separates the world off into pieces. And I don't know why, but that just like really made me laugh when I saw it. But yeah, I think that's where that placement goes.
Scrat is a prehistoric baby Yoda. Changed my mind. This is gonna hurt.
Okay.
Lethal Weapon.
What's it, Sheepy?
I'm assuming you haven't seen it.
Not at all. Never even heard of it.
Or seen them. You wait. Whoa,
Wait, let me Google. Lethal.
Mel Gibson.
Weapon. Yeah, no, I've no. Have I? What's on Google Images? Is that? No. I've never seen this.
Never. Okay.
It just looks like the generic thing where it's like two guys with a gun. It's like an.
It is probably the quintessential buddy cop film that all buddy cop films are based on.
Even more than Bad Boys?
Yeah,
Bad Boys.
we're taking a no. You don't talk for a second.
Oh.
We're. Ooh. Oh, Murtaugh, Riggs. I need some guidance to this, guys. Okay, we're gonna move on.
What?
And
Don't blame me for not having seen it.
You know what? This is gonna piss me off because it's doing the same thing again, where it has something fucking iconic, and now you're gonna rank The Maze Runner because I know you are, because it's with Divergent and fucking Hunger Games. Although I do like the main actor in Maze Runner, even if Maze Runner's kind of air.
Mhm.
The first one's alright, but the rest is just crazy.
I think I never really read. I know a lot of like my friends in school at the time like really like crazy about it. I didn't read the books. I think I watched. Yeah, I think I watched like the first one, like halfway through the second one, I just got bored.
Yeah.
No, that's probably just gonna go, because I haven't really seen the rest, and that's probably gonna go below Divergent. It was very meh.
I'm trying to find Divergent. What the hell is it?
After Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where like it's on that, like the Hunger Games at least had a little bit of flash to it. Things like Divergent and Maze Runner are just young adult but bland. It's like they took Olympus Has Fallen, all of the bland from that, and put it into a young adult like novel film thing.
Yeah, they're very targeted. Like, even though they're like, you know, young adults, and they were sort of like the character age was like born on like, you know, 16, 17, 18 kind of thing. Yeah. These like stories and like worlds, they were definitely aimed at like the young teen genre, because it's like something that they can almost like look up to, even though it's like just a couple of years away, like the teenage dystopia, in a ruined world, like fight scenes, but then hopes of love, and just like it's very copy pasta with what it is.
And then it's all very put yourself in their shoes. You know, all of their character traits are like massive positives where everyone tells them they're awesome, and then a few negatives that are actually positives. You know, like the classic one is I'm a really clumsy person, but it's like endearing clumsy, you know. You're like, oh, that's cute, or that's adorable. It's like, it's not adorable being clumsy when you trip and like fall on the fucking concrete and knock all your teeth out, but whatever.
Yeah.
You do you. Chronicles of Narnia.
Ooh. Okay, so I just want to check whether I have seen all of these because I didn't know if they're released anymore. I've definitely seen at least the first 2 or 3 Chronicle of Narnia movies.
Chronicle of Narnia, Dawn Treader.
Let me see. Alright, so Lion the Witch's Wardrobe, saw that. Prince Caspian, saw that. Voyage of the Dawn Treader. I haven't seen the Silver Chair, whatever that one is. So I've seen the first 3. And yeah,
You know there are 4
I don't really
Weapon films too.
I think I definitely enjoyed the first one best. And then the
Ride me. For anyone who doesn't know, that's what what Aslan says in the first bit. He runs up and in I think it's in the US version, he like runs up and then he goes, ride me. You know, it's like kind of chill and shit, but whoever voiced the UK version, when he like ran up, he just goes, ride, and it's like distorted and scary and you're like, what the fuck? So yeah.
Yeah, so I think the first one was definitely my favorite because it's like, you know, the first one I saw. I think the Prince Caspian one was just a bit meh.
Yeah.
I really liked the Voyage of the Dawn Treader purely because it had the introduction of Will Poulter, or as most people know him, the Eyebrow Kid.
I think yeah.
You literally Google Eyebrow Kid and he's the first one who comes up. His picture. I really liked the story arc that they made for his character. I thought that was quite fun. And I felt like that was like a really good place to sort of like end, you know, like close the story. But apparently they're making another one. I don't know. Release date 2021. Wow. So they're making a 4th one. So apparently I've only seen the ones which are currently out. Did you Google Eyebrow Kid?
I did.
Yeah. But on the list. Where would it go? And I need to wait for you to bring your thing up because I've not really been following along on mine.
That's fair enough.
That's my bad. Do you know it's a book? Yes, I know it's a book series. I'm not that dense. I've only seen the movies, but I know it's a book series.
And yet you read The Hunger Games and Divergent.
Fuck off. Alright, listen. Probably put Chronicles of Narnia above Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Okay.
But below Olympus.
Fair enough. Blade Runner moves up, Jurassic Park moves up, and we're on. Oh God! Why is The Godfather and Lethal Weapon in between? Just okay. The Godfather.
All I know is that there's 3 of them.
I referenced this earlier.
There might be more than 3. I don't know.
No, there are 3.
Okay. I'd heard of, you know, the movie The Godfather. The only reason I know there's 3 is because there's like a song about the girl singing how she likes anime, and she's like, I haven't seen this or The Godfather 3. So that's what made me know that there was 3 of them.
Okay. I mean,
it's gonna go into I want to hurt Sheepy because I've never seen it. I know nothing about it.
Do you you know what? We may go through I Want to Hurt Sheepy and Trash Garbage and see what you've heard of them. Just really, this is in here of all time. Okay, whatever. The Transporter.
Never heard of it, but Trash Garbage just because of the name.
Yep. Jaws.
Jaws. Okay. I've probably not watched it the entire way. I've probably watched it the entire way through at least once, and I've seen bits and pieces since.
Like,
very
collectively, you've seen it all the way
collectively,
through.
I've seen the entire thing. Okay, so Jaws is actually a very iconic movie, especially because they do. Well, I don't know if they create. Am I getting this right? Is it Spielberg?
Yeah.
No? Yeah. Spielberg. What they did. Because Jaws was what, 1960s, 1970s when it came out? Or was it a bit later?
I
I'm googling it.
Well,
But what was?
the Godfather is iconic.
Oh,
but
Jaws is 1975.
Yeah.
Okay, but what was effectively iconic about Jaws is the one shot of the father, where basically it's like they realize there's a shark in the water. Everyone starts panicking and they're trying to paddle, and the dad's like, where's the kid? And so they do the zoom in on his face, where they get close to the face, but then the background behind him warps and distorts further away. That is called a dolly zoom, and it's one of the few first instances of the dolly zoom being used. It's actually, especially with the equipment at the time in the 1975, being able to achieve that. That's entirely not motorized, hand done, and it is very good. A lot easier to recreate these days. Yeah,
I would also say the use in the first one, especially of the shark is there, we won't show him. Was I think that was one of the early instances of like monster movie where they didn't show the monster very much.
that almost like plays along with it. Is God, I keep forgetting
Rule one of monster movies: don't show the monster.
director's name.
Cut cut to the Godzilla movies where they show Godzilla in the trailer like jumping at the camera. Yeah.
But I feel like it relates a lot to Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho.
Yeah.
Where it's like you don't actually see the murder happening, the film effectively I'm sidetracking onto Psycho now. So fun thing about Psycho was initially when it went to to the film board for review, they're like, no, we can't put this up. It contains murder and violence.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, wait, look at it again. Basically, all you see is the hand going up and down, like the shadow of it doing the stabbing motion, and you see the woman like screaming in terror, like putting hands up in her face. Never once do you actually see contact being made or any actual scenes of violence. He had filmed it and cut it so specifically that it could get through the film board regulations. And that was like one of sort of like the genius moments of Alfred Hitchcock, unlike the other films that he'd done. But very, very good. And that's what sort of almost like draws me back to Jaws, where you're saying like you don't actually see the monster, but the sense of like impending doom and dread is there.
Yeah.
Which I think is very cool. And like I said, the visual effect which is done given the equipment at the time.
In any horror setting, the atmosphere is so much more effective than a jump scare.
Mm-hmm.
That like oppressive atmosphere where you're just like, oh god, I feel uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So I've only seen the first Jaws, so obviously that's what I'm gonna base it off of. I'm probably gonna put Jaws between Bourne Identity and Night at the Museum.
Okay. Let me ask you a question though.
Mm-hmm.
Jurassic Park and Jaws. I feel like those are a good one to like smash against each other.
Really?
Personally, I feel like Jaws is better than Jurassic Park, but
I think it's maybe because I've seen Jaws, but in parts. Like I said, I've probably watched it fully through once, but can't remember it just due to being younger.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like maybe it's just because of I've only seen it in parts in say that it doesn't have as much of a an overall impression on me compared to what Jurassic Park did.
Okay.
I feel like if maybe I rewatched it, then this tier list would shuffle around a bit.
The Exorcist.
Exorcist. Ooh, so obviously franchise. How many did they make?
I think it was just 2.
Um.
And number 2 is weird at best and really bad at worst. Well, they made 3, maybe, really?
Oh god. Things when I search up for The Exorcist, like only brings up the first one. It doesn't really try to bring up any of the other ones with it. Exorcist. Oh, the second one was done in 77 and the third one was done in 1990. I would have thought, apparently there's a 2004 one, but
there's a TV series.
Oh god, I haven't really seen any of them. All I've really, seen and know about the original one is, the classic scene, where like she vomits all over the priest and does, the
Yeah.
the creepy like the hand walking
Which
and
has
like the
been
head.
parodied like 50 times.
Yeah, and the head spins the 360 degrees. Um, I'm going to. I'm probably going to put it in trash garbage
Trash garbage?
just
Not.
because I haven't really seen it.
Well, I mean, you could put it in. I mean, if you didn't like it, you could, or you've heard bad things, you could put it in trash garbage. Like, you could put it in. I want to hurt Sheepy too.
Um, it's just from like the general impression I get, and it's just
Yeah.
like you think of the film The Exorcist, you think of just The Exorcist. You don't think of Exorcist and think, oh, the franchise.
Yeah.
You don't think of The Exorcist 2 or The Exorcist 3, which just inherently shows to me that they're like bad enough to never really be referenced or
Fair enough. Yeah.
associated to. So that's why for me it would go in trash garbage.
I'm not gonna argue. Next up we have, Lord help me, Mad Max.
Okay, so Mad Max. Obviously, I know there's some.
Mel Gibson. And obviously Fury Road.
So I'm gonna say the only one that I've seen, like I know that there are, the older ones, but the only ones that I've seen, or the only one that I've seen is Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the older ones, but I did really enjoy Mad Max Fury Road.
I mean,
I thought it was really good.
the older ones, as a general rule, it's not 100% true because the first one's a little different and like, but essentially they're just low budget Fury Roads. Like obviously they're working on a lower budget, they're older, so if that helps.
Yeah. The Fury Road I really enjoyed, definitely.
Yeah.
And like the whole like witness me, and like the guy who's like bouncing around in like the front of one of the big trucks like with the guitar thing. Like I think the visuals and the color scheme of it were very cool and very visually appealing.
Spectacular.
So for me, I'll probably put Mad Max Fury Road above Nice at the Museum.
Okay, I think, yeah. There we go. Fast and Furious is quite high.
I enjoy it.
That's fair.
No problem.
I mean, in general, because I can just point at I want to hurt Sheepy, and be like, yo, look at all this shit here. Madagascar.
Madagascar. I mean, I think like as like a series of kids films, very funny. But then going back and watching them whilst I was older, like not really realizing just like how funny, like some of the stuff in there was.
Yeah.
But definitely not as iconic or enthralling as some things. So I'll probably put Madagascar above Johnny English.
Yeah, I can see that. Which I think will actually put it.
The penguins just make the entire movie. The penguins, and Julian.
I mean,
and Mort.
much like a chocolate biscuit.
Oh wow! I only just got that. Fuck you.
Took a moment. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I can actually say I've never watched.
Yeah. Yeah, I can say I've never watched that. I think the only thing I've ever seen is a clip of a more recent one. I think it was like a 2014 adaptation. I saw like the trailer of it.
Yeah.
So let me just that's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film series. Yeah, so there's 1974, 1986, 1990, 1994. There's a lot of them. But like I said, I've never really watched it. But I know that it's where Hillbilly comes from in Dead by Daylight. That's like the most interaction that I've ever like visually seen of it.
Yeah. You're
so
just very quickly, do you want to know something funny?
Sure.
Apparently, I just looked over at the mother's screen and it's got Twitter up for no apparent reason. since you put Kill Bill on I Want to Hurt Sheepy, Quentin Tarantino has been trending on Twitter. And I'm just assuming that he's gone on a rant because
of what's happened here today.
Yeah, obviously.
So I'm looking like further down the list of like, I mean, what we're about between like halfway and like 2/3, maybe about 2/3 of the way through.
2/3, yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking at like the rest of what is left, and there's actually like quite a few good ones coming up, which I think are really gonna like shake up the list.
Okay.
But yeah, so text change to the mask. I'm probably gonna put in trash garbage because I know nothing about it.
Okay.
And with that many films, and I don't know.
You don't want to keep adding to I Want to Hurt Sheepy because it's gonna get massive.
I mean, also you haven't seen Texas Chainsaw the Massacre.
It's
so
true.
I mean,
You could still put it in I Want to Hurt Sheepy. It's trash garbage is like I've heard bad things or I think it from what I know I think it's shit. So guys, I'm gonna go pee and grab a drink very quickly. Safi, if you would like to take a break, feel free. Otherwise, you can stay here and defend yourself against chat because I think they're going to go.
I think I'll take a break because I don't want the torrent of abuse that's going to come towards me.
Okay, we'll both be back momentarily. Hello, chat. Have you calmed down yet? Honestly, I mean, we're going right into it anyway, so like we're gonna be getting back into it, and there's a whole load of interesting ones. I don't know how it's gonna go. Oof.
All right, I can already see which one is up next. Woo.
I actually, myself personally, have never vibed very well with, and now actively don't particularly like The Matrix.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I've only ever seen the first one. And actually it took me a little while to know that Neo was Keanu Reeves. I'd only previously known Keanu Reeves from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures.
I mean, I you know what? I can respect that because Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures is in fact excellent.
Yeah, so I didn't actually know that that was the same person. And when I found out, I was like, oh my god! Whoa, no way, dude. I did quite like The Matrix. So I'll probably put The Matrix will probably go between Jurassic Park and The Expendables.
Oh, okay. Pretty high. Cool. Alright. Next up is the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh my goodness!
Would you like to know where I'd put this?
Where would you put this?
I would put this above 50 Shades of Grey. and that's not even a joke.
Really?
Well, see, the thing is I'd probably put it above Divergent and Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of everything else, including the DC Extended Universe, I would have above it.
Wow.
Because, you see, the thing is the DC Extended Universe has been trying and failing for a long time. The depth to which the Marvel Extended Universe has fallen is unacceptable. Because they know how to do good, because they've done good.
And it's pretty much almost like the same thing going over and over. Because, I mean, like...
It's not even...
all...
Like, it's inexcusable, considering what they've already done, to compare to the things they're doing now.
Like, I felt there's only, like, so many times, you know, they can, like, save the world. Like, they have to keep on reinventing new ways to save the world, or to delve into a different new character's backstory, which they've semi-introduced 3 movies earlier.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, and they just have to keep that ball rolling.
Well, yeah. The only DC film that is, I would say, legitimately horrific is probably Wonder Woman 84.
I don't think I've even seen it. I saw the first Wonder Woman. I thought that was alright.
Yeah. The first Wonder Woman, I would say, is okay for like a brain switch offy.
Yeah.
And then there's some that just make you angry, but there's, you know, even in Batman vs Superman, there's interesting things in it.
I refused to. My brain became a shell.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, that's fair, but it made you angry, right?
Yeah, I think that was probably like, as you can tell, I've not had a wide range of experience when it comes to watching certain like movies and franchises and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably only been maybe, like, I can watch a lot of films and I can like enjoy it or I can vibe with it, kind of thing. There's only ever been 2 instances where I've watched a film and been disappointed, like genuinely like disappointed.
Okay.
No, actually, I think with Batman vs Superman, I just had a genuine dislike. I was like, why? This didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
But the other one where I was genuinely disappointed, I think because I was excited for it, was the first Suicide Squad.
That's unfortunate.
Because just based, you know, they put so much pre-work and hype, not only to like the trailer, but the promotions. They had so many like pretty, like at the time, like relevant artists like collaborate, like some pretty big artists collaborating on the soundtrack. They had like, you know, very good like actors in this film, but basically they just made a superhero film with bad guys who were under duress, and it just turned into the generic superhero film. Like, oh, work your way through the abandoned city, go to the beam of light in the sky.
I'd agree with that, except for it doesn't even reach that height because it's so badly edited and so weirdly cut up, and it's thematically like a fucking mess. You know,
Yeah.
like, and also the choice to add in all of that fucking music literally kills the entire film, even if it was any good, because the music never matches the feel of the scene.
No, it didn't. And just they made the trailer look so damn good, but you know, it's not like, well, it was one of those unfortunate things where they took all the best parts of the trailer, but it was literally every single best part of the movie was used in the trailer. So that's why when you went to go actually watch the film, there was nothing left.
I also, in context, there wasn't any good parts of the film either. Like,
okay, but like visually,
yeah,
like, you know, like the
visually,
helicopter going down and, you know, like the flares shooting, like jumping out the side,
the
kind of
Joker
thing.
lying in his knives laughing.
And they've, like, they got Bohemian Rhapsody, like, fucking hell, they had to pay a shit ton to use that.
Well, that's because they knew their film was shit and they needed people to go watch it.
Yeah.
I will say I've seen the Suicide Squad, the new one.
Yeah, what do you think? I haven't seen it.
it's interesting when you watch it. You realize how far superhero films have fallen because you're like, oh, this is a film, and then you think back to all those action scenes you saw, like cobbled together, and you're like, those aren't really films. Those are just special effects with action scenes.
Would you recommend the new one?
I would, yeah. I with a caveat of it's a good film. It's kind of subpar for James Gunn. Like, James Gunn can do better, but that is not bad.
All right. I didn't see it, but part of me wants to. I don't know if you've seen it. What about Birds of Prey? And I know there was a lot of like fucking backlash, which like annoyed me about it because people were like, oh, why is Harley Quinn got clothes on? Like, I want her to be in skimpy torn t-shirt and like little booty shorts and fishnets. Where is my Harley Quinn? People got real mad about that.
Yeah, I mean, people will complain about anything. But I feel like I also haven't seen it. I've seen a lot of breakdowns on it, which kind of go over all the problems with it and why it's kind of shit.
Okay, fair enough. I think definitely as someone in the chat saying like one of the things that sort of like deterred, like we're talking about DC even though we're trying to rank Marvel. One of the things that definitely.
I was just gonna say, don't watch the new Suicide Squad for Harley Quinn. Just like don't go in expecting finally a good Harley Quinn film. She's alright in it, but she's not really the point. Marvel.
Okay, we'll go back to that now. Marvel.
Like, any way you put this, people will be more pissed off with you than me now that I said it would be just above 50 Shades of Grey.
As like as much as like stereotypical and like samey as it does get, I probably do. I have enjoyed watching the films. I don't think I will continue to watch as many films as like I have done. Like now that sort of like all the big ones are sort of like out of the way, I'm just like I don't think I'll probably carry on to watch much more of it. Like I'm not gonna see what the Black Widow film was.
Yeah.
Red Letter Media fucking tore that film apart. But
other people were less kind than Red Letter Media.
No, but there were films in there that I did genuinely enjoy, and they do actually tend to sometimes hit like the comedic factor like quite well.
Yeah, if James Gunn is directing them, that's true.
Yeah, just sort of like the ill-timed comedy is very well timed for it. I do appreciate that. So I'll probably put Marvel. I'll probably put that above Night of the Museum, but below Mad Max.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. One thing I say about the Marvel films is it's nice that they kept the Joss Whedon comedy template even after they got rid of Joss Whedon. And I'm not talking about Marvel, I'm talking about the internet.
Yeah.
Men in Black.
Oh, Men in Black. I just want to check that I've actually seen all of these because I've seen, I believe, quite a few.
Yeah, I have also. I have opinions.
All right. So I have seen. I've seen the first two, like the original Men in Black and then Men in Black 2. I don't think I've seen Men in Black 3, and I haven't seen Men in Black International.
Men in Black, I think it's Men in Black International, is the one which, and this is just a random weird fact I know, it has lay twins who are like top tier leading dance pair who have been like in Beyonce videos and things like that. They're like, yeah. It's the two twins who like do all the dodgy dancey moves in the film. That's the, yeah.
Oh no, wait, I have seen Men in Black 3. My bad. So I have seen the first three. I haven't seen Men in Black International, no. Yeah, really enjoyed them. Generally had a very good time with them. I definitely think I started. Well, Men in Black 3 came out in 2012, so I definitely saw them a lot later on as a teenager. Probably watched them on Plex or something. But yeah, I wholeheartedly enjoyed them. What they were I loved the environment that they made with the aliens. Yeah, I think they were just solid,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Okay.
I'd probably put Men in Black above Fast and Furious.
Okay, something broke the Fast and Furious barrier. Nice.
Actually, probably above the Expendables.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. For myself, and this is gonna help you, for people who are like, oh my god, Safi, this is terrible. I hate Men in Black.
Really?
I enjoyed it the first time I watched it when I was a kid. I've gone back to watch all of them. Well, all of the ones I've seen, and they don't hold up. It's like The Matrix. I'm like, no,
Okay.
these are bad. But I have more of a critical mind and brain now, as opposed to when I watched them originally. So I think they're probably still entertaining, but I can't be entertained by them essentially. Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise. Dun,
I want to hurt
dun,
Sheepy.
dun, dun. You haven't seen any of them?
No.
Oh, fair enough.
All I know is the theme song.
Despicable Me.
I feel so bad saying that I've seen more Despicable Me films than I have Mission Impossible.
Wait, more Despicable Me films than what?
Mission Impossible.
Well, I mean, Mission Impossible is it is in its own way iconic, but it's kind of a Fast and Furious where it's like, or it's a take it, taken kind of thing where they found their groove and now they just do the thing and they basically they basically go, hey Tom Cruise, do shit, and he goes, okay. That's what the films are basically.
And granted, I've seen more Despicable Me films because they came out when I was within the age range. You take the kids to that's what was out when I was a kid.
Yeah,
at
and
the
that's
cinema.
fair.
I mean, granted, like I feel like the whole Minions thing is like very overplayed.
Yeah, definitely. I will also ask you, and I'm going to ask you to be honest here because we're in a safe place. You're not going to be judged. Did you ever have a Minion like toy or?
No.
Okay, good. We can carry on. Good. Well, there you go, guys. At least there's that. So.
No, I've never had a Minion plushie or anything like that. Yeah, I think they definitely tried to overplay it with the Minions thing, but like the actual Despicable Me like films, like with Gru, like probably hands down like Vector is like my favorite character from like the Despicable Me movies. Like, it's got velocity and direction. Oh yeah. I would probably put that below Madagascar.
Below Madagascar. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Oh, so that would go there, and then that would go there. Yeah. You know what's funny is you were talking about Despicable Me, and my brain went, I really like the bit where they're trying on their superhero suits, and then my brain went, dude, that's The Incredibles.
Sheepy.
So
How can you confuse Edna Mode with the fucking little minions?
Are we
No
gonna?
cape.
No
cape.
Are we gonna go down this route? Because I've got a lot more ammunition than you do. I can tell you that right now.
Alright, what's next?
Godzilla versus Kong, but I guess it's just the Godzilla movies.
If there was a category for this, it would go into I want to hurt Peachy.
Okay. I don't think he likes all of the Godzilla movies.
He likes the latest one because he's like, oh my god, the bisexual lighting.
Yeah.
Like, he freaked out over it. But I've never seen any of them, so I'm gonna have to substitute and say I want to hurt Sheepy.
I mean, if you want to hurt Peachy, put in trash garbage.
Okay, trash garbage then.
So, here's a fun fact about the person I love, Peachy Pig Slate. When it comes to movies, he is a baby kitten with a little bell being dangled like over his head. He's happy as long as it keeps jingling. That's how he watches movies.
You two have got like different opinions not only on movies but on each other and each other's taste in movies.
Oh yeah. The difference is though, I'm right. So Ocean's 11.
Ocean's 11. Oh, how many of these are I seeing? So I've definitely seen some. Wait, so is it? Wait, is it just Ocean's 11 as Ocean's 11? Because there's like Ocean's.
It's Ocean's 12.
12,
and,
13.
yeah.
Oh, so it's all of them, but they're just referred to as Ocean's 11.
Yeah. So it's the Ocean's franchise, I guess.
Okay. Ocean's 11. I'm just trying to check which one I've actually seen.
While you're checking, I can expand on the whole peachy sheepy thing. You see, if films were food, I'm like going to a fancy restaurant, sitting down, putting my napkin in, like ordering a like 3-4 course meal that's like exquisitely prepared by a very amazing chef, like really taking my time in and enjoying the things I'm eating. And if there's something wrong with it, I'll be like, that's not really right, and they'll be like, oh, I'm very sorry, sir, take it back. Peachy goes to McDonald's and dives into a vat of fries. And that's how I describe how we consume film content, media.
Oh gosh. So yeah, so I've only seen the actual Ocean's 11. I've not seen any of the others.
Yeah.
I remember it being quite funny. It was a while ago that I saw it though.
It's got a pretty good cast.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. Like just looking at the webpage for it. I do remember it being quite funny. I'd probably put it between. I'd probably put it below Glass.
Okay. Fuck you, Harry Potter, you bitch. Okay. I love that the mummy's up top because legitimately awesome. I don't think Tremors is here, which is a little bit of a, but it's only the first Tremors movie really that's good, so I'm okay with that.
What was it, more than the one?
Yeah, the others aren't worth watching, so don't worry about it. Paranormal Activity, which I can say, I haven't watched.
Oh, really?
I've
watched 1 through 4.
It doesn't really contain anything that interests me, so it's not a matter of like I don't like it. It's a matter of like there's no reason for me to watch it.
Okay, fair enough. I think the like the first one's definitely spookiest, and like, you know, the production value obviously increases as years goes by.
Yeah.
I think even though 1 was spooky, I got a bit freaked out by the 4th one, just because it's the one where it starts, you know, really like lean into like, you know, the ghost usage of like technology and kind of all that. But I think it's because what happened in the film in the 4th one, it was like there was like some family like accident of like these people like just moved in down the road kind of thing, and something very similar like happened on my street like around the same time that I'd seen the film, so I was like, ooh, creepy. But yeah, no, I did enjoy them. I would probably put Paranormal Activity below Night at the Museum.
I was gonna suggest The Purge as like a measure stick for where they might go. So yeah. Oh, interesting. I've read the books. I've seen a film. I hated the film, but I've read the books. The Lightning Thief, Percy Jackson.
Everyone, I remember it sort of like almost like falls, or at least I felt it fell into the same category of like Hunger Games, Divergent, Maze Runner kind of thing. Like all of friends like, oh, you got to read Percy Jackson, Life is Heat, it's my favorite book, and like the films came out. It never really did much for me, and every time I tried to watch the film, I found it very meh. So I would probably, I would probably put that after the Maze Runner.
I think that's fair. Honestly, it's not great. So, the thing is even the books aren't great. Like, the books are kind of Harry Potter levels of writing and stuff. It's just the subject matter really interests me, and it's a cool idea. So actually, yeah, I'd compare it to Harry Potter quite heavily, because like it's really badly written. Sorry, dude, whoever wrote it. I don't know who you are, even though I enjoy listening to it on audiobook. But it's not good, but it speaks to a primitive part of my brain that enjoys the kind of Greek mythology and everything. So,
Okay.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay. So I believe that I've seen all of them so far. Let me just check.
You're brave.
Let me check that I have seen all of them. So yeah, Curse of the Black Pearl, Dead Man's Chest, Outworld's End, Stranger Tides, Salazar's Revenge. All right, so the only one that I haven't seen is the one that I believe isn't out yet. So yeah, I have seen all 5 of them so far. And I will admit, like, it sort of fell off on the 4th one. I feel like the 3rd one would have been a good place to end it.
Yeah.
I just leave it there, but they were contracted to do 6, so they're gonna do 6.
Yeah.
I can't really remember much about what happened on Stranger Tides.
That's the one with
The Fountain of Youth.
Yeah.
Oh, with Penelope Cruz in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she's like, "Father, take the drink," and then he's like, "Oh, I switched it."
Mm-hmm.
It was yeah.
Yeah. So.
It has the opening scene where he goes to see the king, and
Oh yeah.
it has like the classic Pirates of the Caribbean Jack Sparrow cutscene where he does a whole load of like intricate shit in the action scene.
Yeah. I feel like there's just a feeling that's created, just like with the classics. I was like dun 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 dun, just like when that music is playing and the action scene is rolling and like pieces of wood are like flying everywhere and like pirates are swinging from ropes. It just creates a feeling, just like this energy, and I enjoy watching it, feeling that energy which comes off of those films.
It pulls you back to the better versions of things in from the earlier films when yeah.
I mean, even in like I'd probably say the most recent one, it's like there's a kind of action scene where they try and like steal an entire like vault out of a bank, and they end up like pulling the entire building by like 6 horses, and there's this entire thing where Jack's like trying to almost like run along the top of these houses to get down to the chariot. And even though that film is probably the shittiest one, just the giddy feeling that it makes you feel from just like revisiting that feeling, even though that film was actually quite shit.
Well, yeah,
it just brings back those memories.
Like it's really interesting because you can watch the first the first 4 films, and then the most recent film, and you can actually see how they shit on Johnny Depp and Jack Sparrow in the 5th one. It's really like you could tell that they like something changed in between the 4th movie and the 5th one, where they were just like, no, we want to tear this character down, and
I think that was mainly because of what happened at the time. Was there was domestic abuse allegations going on.
Yeah,
I think that was around that time. And then obviously it's come out that it was the other way around, but he was already contracted to do 6 films, so they had to continue working with him.
Yeah, and there's good money in Pirates of the Caribbean films, so.
Yeah, so for me, Pirates of the Caribbean, I feel like that would rank quite highly for me.
Also, I'm glad that you know about the fact that it was actually the other way around, and probably have to say allegedly because of how things went. But there's a lot of people who I've spoken to who's like, I hate Johnny Depp because he's blah blah blah, and I'm like, well,
I feel like when it comes to these sorts of situations, I wouldn't want to attempt to speak about the situation in a public space if I wasn't well informed on the topic, because then what you're doing, if you're talking about something as serious as domestic abuse allegations, I mean, granted, no one really, you can only go with what the evidence that's presented and everything. Like they always say, there's 3 sides to every story. But if I'm going to be speaking about something as serious of this kind of nature, I want to at least make sure I'm as well informed or as well versed as I can be on the topic before presenting my thoughts, takes, or opinions on it.
Whenever anything breaks along these lines, I always take a stance of pure neutrality, where I'm like, I'm not coming down on anyone's side until I see what the actual evidence and things that happened is.
Yeah, so I believe that's definitely what happened during was like the fifth one, and then there's been, you know, obviously the other stuff has come out since, so I feel like there probably will be a shift when it comes to the sixth movie. But
it is fascinating to see though the like weird like Captain,
what they come up with.
Yeah, Captain Jack Sparrow is useless. He's terrible. Like, hate him. He got Luke Skywalker, weirdly enough.
Yeah, his thing though is like, obviously because they signed it for 6 films, but I mean, even though they were like funny and like giddy parts in, you know, the 4th, and even like a few bits in the 5th one, which had you know the Captain Jack Sparrow-esqueness like about it.
Yeah.
I feel like in terms of story, it should have ended with the 3rd one. Like, that was the pinnacle, that was the peak. I mean, it's literally called at world end.
Could I give an even hotter take?
Go for it.
It should have finished with the 1st one.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Some people's opinions are wrong. I really enjoyed them. So for me, Pirates of the Caribbean would probably go above. I went right Yorkshire then, above.
Oh, yeah. We're going to put Pirates of the Caribbean
above to Expendables.
Oh. You prefer Men in Black? And The Matrix? Okay. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. So just the Planet of the Apes movies.
Never seen them.
Do you want to put them in I Want to Hurt a Sheepy or Trash Garbage?
Probably in I Want to Hurt a Sheepy.
Okay.
I mean, does that hurt you? Have you seen them?
I have seen them. The only thing I can really say positive about them is that Andy Serkis is great. But then again, I can't really say anything negative about them either. They just kind of exist. And it's always funny to see Gary Oldman go crazy about apes because, you know, it's Gary Oldman. This is also Planet of the Apes, but this is the older series of Planet of the Apes. So,
probably, and I Want to Hurt Sheep. It means nothing to me.
Yeah,
Never heard of.
I think that's fair. Poltergeist.
So again, have not seen it, but know the premise of it. It's the person comes out of the TV, like the girl with the long black hair and like the white dress, and she comes like crawling on like all fours. And
isn't that The Ring?
Might be, actually. Yeah, I probably fucked that up. Sorry.
My brain was like, wait, is that The Ring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That's probably gonna go in. That's probably gonna go in trash garbage just because it was so bad. I confused it with another film.
That piece of shit film tricked you into thinking it was a different film. It deserves it, honestly. And now I'm looking forward to this because Predator.
I Want to Hurt Sheepy.
You haven't seen the Predator? I mean,
no.
You haven't seen Predator?
No, like you say Predator, and the only thing that comes. No. The only thing that comes to me is that the song from the Mean Girls musical where it goes, "The Apex Predator." Like.
So, okay, we're just gonna pause for a second here. So, when I say to you Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Predator, you think of Mean Girls. Sorry, let me be more exact here, just to really hammer this home. You think of a song in Mean Girls.
Mean Girls the musical.
Wait, it's a song in Mean Girls the musical?
Yeah.
Wow, this is the heaviest I want to hurt Sheepy I've felt so far. How have you not seen Predator yet? Predator,
I haven't
like,
seen it. I mean, I've heard the phrase, get to the chopper, and all
get
that.
to the,
But
come on, what are you waiting for? Get to the chopper.
yeah, but I've never seen it. No.
Oh, okay. Oh, and now, okay, Resident Evil.
Trash garbage. Never seen it.
Oh, okay, cool. I was about to cry because I was like, if you haven't seen the Predator but can rank Resident Evil, is like.
Oh no! Like for me, the ranking on this is going based off the games, and there's not much to be desired in some areas.
Yeah, no, it's just craziness. Back to the Future.
Oh, okay. So Back to the Future is I don't know why. I don't know if it's just because it's always what is put on the telly around Christmas time. But I always end up watching on Christmas Day. For context, I fucking hate Christmas. It's just depressing for me. But like I feel like the only real highlight is I just always, for me, I associate Back to the Future with Christmas Day, just because at least for the past 4 or 5 years, it's always been what's been on the telly on Christmas Day. I did enjoy it. Definitely the first and the second one. Millie, I love you, Millie. Hi, sorry, Detour.
So I'm just gonna pull this up for a second.
All right.
Quintessential Christmas film, Back to the Future. Just take a look. I'm just gonna take my cursor so it's going down to where I want to hurt Sheepy. It's just going sideways. It's just gonna sit over something. No contact. Like, it's got nothing to do with anything. It's just gonna sit over a film. So yeah. Sorry, please carry on talking about how your quintessential Christmas film is Back to the Future.
It's not because it's set at Christmas. It's because it's because at least I know this. That the difference is that for me, I always tend to watch Back to the Future at Christmas, whereas
Sure.
Die Hard is set during Christmas, but it's not about Christmas, and that's why people debate: is it a Christmas film?
But what you're saying is Back to the Future plays during Christmas, so you watch it. I would also say that whatever it is I'm not actually referencing and talking about, also is played around Christmas all the time as well.
That's because it's debatable and it causes interest and it causes people to argue about it and blah blah. But the real, you want to get real, the real quintessential Christmas film is Gremlins. Gremlins. One of my favorite movies, Gremlins.
Wait, Gremlins or Gremlins 2?
Gremlins.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen the second one, but I know there's a she-gremlin.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
It confused my sexuality for at least a year after seeing that.
Alright, so could you scroll up a bit so I can see?
Sure.
Yeah, that height. I'll probably put Back to the Future. I mean, how many? Is there 3 of them?
There are. There is the one where he goes to the past and tries to get his parents back together as their kids.
Yeah,
there's the one where he goes to the future, changes things, comes back, and everything's balked, and then he goes back to the past to fix the past from the future, from the Back to the Future past. And then there's the one where he goes to the Wild West.
It's the third one's the Wild West. Why are they saying that there's a 4th one? What is there a 4th one?
Maybe it's being remade.
Oh, release Back to the Future. Oh, it's a book. It was a book that was why Back to the Future walk. Basically, it's Biff goes to Washington.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's never. Yeah. Yeah. So I always enjoy the Back to the Future movies. For me, I would probably put that above Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's what Back to the Future go for me.
I see it.
It's on 11 to 20.
Also, it has Johnny Be Good, which is one of my all-time favorite songs. All right. Oh god. Oh god. I'm just seeing.
Millie, I hope I don't disappoint you with my movie choices.
You will.
I'm innocent Zoomer.
You will. Well, I mean, we're starting back up with RoboCop, so let's see. I heard a squeak. I think Safi hasn't seen RoboCop.
I haven't seen RoboCop, and I feel like that's gonna anger people.
I mean, you haven't seen Die Hard. You haven't seen Lethal Weapon or Godfather. I mean, do you want me to go through the list again? Like, you've already angered people.
You named them. I feel like you need to separate that I want to hurt sheepy. Like, once we're done, you need to separate that into two things. Like, ones that you don't really care about, just throw them in the trash garbage, but ones that I do need to see, need to stay in that I want to hurt sheepy, so I can write them down in a list and redeem myself.
Okay, I once we're done, I will do that.
Okay, perfect.
You know what I'll do? I'll take all of these and put them in I want to hurt sheepy for now, and then I'll separate them all out into, and I'll basically anger a whole load of people by shitting on some of these films. So
okay,
there we go. So RoboCop, hurt sheepy.
Yeah.
Do you really wanna hurt Rocky? Hurt sheepy.
Hurt sheepy.
Hurt sheepy. Saw.
Oh, have I seen any of the Saw films? How many of them? You know what? I haven't. I've seen clips of a couple, and I've heard people tell me stories about them, but no, I've not seen the Saw films. But things I want to, I've just never got around to it. And I know it's about Jigsaw, you know, the little puppeteer doll thing, and people like forced like either destroy themselves or their friends and get out of like gruesome situations.
I mean,
it's like Jigsaw and.
It's the Fast and Furious of the horror genre. Or not even horror genre, just hurt sheepy.
Hurt sheepy.
Jigsaw, why you
I've
hurt
never
sheepy?
seen it.
Scream.
Scream.
Oh lord.
Heck, this is one I need to check. No, I've not seen the Scream. I was getting confused with the spoof version.
Scary movie.
Yeah, I've seen more Scary Movie than I've seen Scream.
Okay. This
I'm so sorry.
this could get rough because we're now going to Lord of the Rings. Oh
okay,
god, Safi.
can I ask a really dumb
Saf-
question?
Okay, yes.
Does Hobbit count as Lord of the Rings, or is that its own thing?
Safi, if you've seen The Hobbit and haven't seen Lord of the Rings, we're gonna have a problem in a second.
I tried to start watching the first one, and I got past the point where I asked about if they can have second breakfast, and then I fell asleep. So no, I haven't seen Lord of the Rings, so this is gonna hurt you badly.
Oh god. Shrek.
Shrek. Okay, Shrek 2, cultural
Jesus
masterpiece.
fucking Christ! Safi!
That is wrong!
Safi, Jesus
You
fucking
can't
Christ!
tell me. Shrek 2
You
is
just
a cultural
Safi,
masterpiece.
Safi,
No,
Safi,
no.
no! You just made me put Lord of the Rings into I Want to Hurt Sheepy because you haven't seen it, and now you're going to go crazy for Shrek.
Oh, my chest hurts. Help! I think I'm having palpitations.
Your chest hurt? I think my eye just fell out.
Okay, but Shrek 2,
Uh-huh.
ultra masterpiece. Okay.
I mean, sure.
Alright, so the way that they rank is definitely Shrek 2 is the best one. Then I had some red bars. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, good.
Okay. So Shrek 2 is definitely.
I thought you got an influx of DMs that you had to reply to of people being like. Okay.
You can tell I'm nervous because my voice keeps on cracking when I laugh. So Shrek 2 is definitely the best one, and then it's the first Shrek film, and then it's Shrek the third. Oh god, what happens in that one? I don't know. And then the fourth one is horrific, and I can't believe that I watched it. So for me, the Shrek films are gonna have to go above the Expendables. And this is definitely hurting Cheapy on an emotional level.
I
And a physical
mean,
one.
it's like, look,
It's guilty pleasure. Shrek, the second
mm,
Shrek film, it will
look,
hands down will never fail to make me laugh.
your guilty pleasure doesn't threaten to break your top 10, is all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Ghostbusters.
I have seen the original Ghostbusters, the
Good.
first
Okay,
one.
good.
Okay. I thought it was really good.
Okay, good.
And of course, I love Bill Murray. How many are there? There's quite a few. Like there's like Ghostbusters 2 and 3, and then those the reimagined one. They're making another one which is like based off like the grandkids
Yeah.
of like Bill Murray's characters and the other Ghostbusters. And it's got oh god, it's got Finn Wolfhard in it. Of course it does. Oh god, Bill Murray's actually in this. Yay! Okay, that makes me happy.
Yeah.
But,
I think they're playing their characters even.
Goodness, that makes me happy. So yeah, I've seen the original Ghostbusters, but I haven't seen Ghostbusters. Oh, so there's only Ghostbusters 2. Haven't seen that one. I didn't see the 2016 remake, even though I was happy that they were attempting to do something like that. I don't think it deserved the backlash that people misdirected their backlash.
I think people misrepresented the backlash, is how I would put it. Like, obviously, there was a small section of loud people who are misogynistic and sexist. The majority of complaints were lumped in with that when they were legitimate complaints.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will definitely agree with that.
Also, quick sidebar. Yes. To you, Amelia Tyler, please come on to the Bar Brawl and do a tier listing, and also TTRPG chat.
Lily, come do the show. It's a lot of fun. We're doing this for 3.5 hours. I don't think I'm even going to end up streaming tonight because I'm enjoying this too much.
Apologies for that, Sam.
No, it's fine. I'm loving this. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, Ghostbusters. Even though I've only seen the one, I did really enjoy it. So for me, Ghostbusters is gonna go above the Bourne Identity. You know what, actually, I feel like Ghostbusters should actually go above Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay, I can respect that. It's below Men in Black, which doesn't hurt me at all. My soul is fine. But, it's Spider-Man. Let's move on before I cry.
Alright. Spider-Man. A lot of Spider-Man films. God, how many?
So, you say you would anger and disappoint people hugely. Comparative to this, I think you'll be fine.
Hey! I mean, I can understand it.
Are you looking up on the internet who Spider-Man is? Because
I know who Spider-Man is!
I'm gonna pull the Zuma card if you do that.
Don't be mean to me. I'm just getting the list of Spider-Man films.
Don't be mean to you. You put Matrix and Men in Black above Ghostbusters. You crossed the line.
I don't think those are actually bad choices to make. You're just getting really annoyed at the fact that I can rank Alvin and the Chipmunks, but I can't rank fucking Die Hard. That's what you're really mad about.
I think that's what everyone's gonna be mad about.
I can't help the era I was born in. It's not like...
No, it's very true. But you have ranked Alvin and the Chipmunks, and you can't rank The Godfather.
Yeah, because I... like, one of the things... that happened like my childhood was it was apparently not apparently but you got to keep the kids entertained, and it was on a Saturday morning, Saturday mornings at the cinema. They did almost like dirt cheap discount cinema tickets, where it'd be like an adult and then like however much for like adding on amounts for however many kids. So for my dad to take me and my sister to the cinema on a Saturday morning, it would cost him like £4. It was dirt cheap. So he would do that, and before we wouldn't buy like the cinema sweets and stuff. We'd always stop buy at the little Tesco Express corner shop, and he would go in, and he'd give us like 50p each, and we would buy, you know, like Freddos or like tiny packet of like the little Haribos, like back when like sweets didn't cost the fucking earth, back before Freddos didn't cost 25p a piece, and they were like 5p each. And we'd go in and we'd get a little assortment of sweets, and we'd put them in the bottom of his backpack, and we'd go to like the Saturday mornings, and we would watch these like kid movies, because it was a good way, you know, to, you know, just, I don't know, use up some of our energy, or just give us something to focus on, or just to get us out of the house so I guess my mom could relax. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I can rank a lot of these things, you know, like Alvin and the Chipmunks and Ice Age and Narnia and Madagascar and Despicable Me, because those were, you know, things that I was taken to see. It's not exactly like they were taking an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old to go and see The Godfather on a Saturday morning.
I mean, maybe they should have. You might be running your own criminal empire by now, like, you know.
Oh god.
So, do you need me to tell you who Spider-Man is?
Fuck off. All right, so I've so annoyed at you. I've probably not seen as many as I think. So I've seen Spider-Man: Homecoming, which is Tom Holland.
Yes.
I've seen The Amazing Spider-Man 2, which is Andrew Garfield, and I think I've seen also the original The Amazing Spider-Man. I don't think I saw any of the Tobey Maguire ones. Yeah, so I've seen 2 Andrew Garfields and 1 Tom Holland. I haven't seen Into the Spider-Verse, I haven't seen Far From Home, and I haven't seen No Way Home, which I don't think is released yet. So yeah, well, I've seen 1, 2. I've seen 3 of them. Yeah, I remember Amazing Spider-Man 2. I don't remember the first Amazing Spider-Man all that well. I remember Spider-Man: Homecoming. I thought it was a cool enough story, but the thing is that I had like a bad story outside attached to Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yeah.
Because I saw it at the cinema, but on sort of, oh god, as on a date that I was like coerced into going onto. So it's like at the time I was working like in the restaurant of a hotel, and like one of the stop putting up gifs of Tobey Maguire dancing. One of the intern cooks, he kept like, I said, oh, do you want to go see a film? Do you want to go see a film with me, or like and all that stuff? And I was like, no, I'm all right, thank you. And he was like, he kept asking, oh, when are you off? When are you free? And I was like, and I'd try and like sidetrack it. And then like one time, like he just managed to catch me off guard. And he's like, oh, so you working tomorrow night? I was like, oh, no, I'm not. It's like, okay, great, we can go see a movie then. And I was like, and I was like, oh god, he thinks this is a date, and I felt very uncomfortable. So I ended up messaging before we went, saying, just so you know, I only really want to be friends. I don't really like want to go on a date or anything. He was like, oh, okay, cool. So we get there and we go and start watching the movie. And like halfway through, I get up to go to the bathroom. I go to the bathroom, and then as I come out, the dude's waiting outside the bathroom, and he's like, oh, I just wanted to make sure you hadn't left. And I was like, okay. Yeah. So I went back in, continued to watch the rest of the film. And it's like, oh, do you want to go get something to eat? And I was like, oh no, I'm just gonna go home. And then as I was leaving the cinema, my mother texted me, and she's like, do you think you could pick up some food on your way back? We've got nothing in at the moment. I was like, okay. So I then went into what was like a little nearby like little pizzeria place, so I could get us like some slices of like pastizzi and just some other like bits and pieces from like the deli counter. So I'm sat waiting.
Oh god, if he comes in and he's like,
yeah,
oh, I thought you were gonna go. Okay, yeah.
So I'm sat there waiting, like for like my things to be bagged up, waiting for like the pizza to cook in the little pizzeria oven. And then the dude walks in like 5 minutes later to go get himself some food, and he sees me waiting in this food place after saying that I didn't want to get food, and it's just very awkward, sort of like it looked me in the eyes and just.
Well, at least he wasn't following you. Hopefully.
I hope he wasn't, but
I
yeah,
thought,
it was just very awkward.
yeah, because of the whole going to the toilet thing, I thought he'd like followed to check that you were actually not going for food, and then he walked in and like confront. I thought he was gonna confront you and be like, "I thought you weren't going for food," which I think probably would have been worse, but that's still not great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a very just awkward situation, and I was very uncomfortable, and I think the main thing was I didn't know how to handle it, because still a lot like, the thing that's sort of like pushed onto you is like not making an issue, not making like a problem, but like I told my friends like, oh god, I think I'm going on a date with someone, and I really don't want to go on a date with them, and my friend said, shut this down right now, like change, like let them know like this is not your intentions, because you're just going to end up into an even more awkward, uncomfortable, or even dangerous situation that you don't want to be in. And I was like, you know what, you're right. And I went in, like messaged him. I still went to see the film with him. And it was just like, I think it was like just as I actually got there, I was like running a couple minutes late because the bus was late, and he was I actually like met him inside the actual theater itself, and like when it sat down, I was like, oh hi, sorry. He's like, oh, I thought you weren't coming. I thought you were standing me up, and I was like, no, sorry, the bus was late.
I mean,
And then.
The response there is, how can I stand you up if this isn't a date? Get your head in the game, dude.
Yeah, so he thought like he said to me, "Oh, I thought you stand me up. I thought you weren't coming." And then he followed me out to the bathroom, like, "Oh, I just want to check you that you weren't leaving." And then there was the awkward moment after in the pizzeria, and it was just ugh. So that derailed massively. So
I mean, the good news is that, you know, he's not very good at hiding his huge red flags he carries around with him. So, you know, I hope.
absolutely. I can't really remember all that much, like I said, about Spider-Man movies. I'll probably put it between Madagascar and Despicable Me.
Yeah. What's his face? Tom Holland is kind of okay as Spider-Man. But Spider-Man's never really been amazing anyway, so it's like, yeah. Okay, this should be interesting for some people. Star Trek. The franchise of all Star Trek.
I want to hurt Sheepy because I've never seen a Star Trek movie.
Not even like Picard?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna hurt some people.
Oh. Star Wars.
Star Wars? Yeah, I have seen Star Wars movies. But I have not seen all Star Wars movies.
I mean,
and I know that this angers Peachy a lot. He's like, you need to watch every single one of them right now.
You don't need to watch every single one of them. There's basically 2, maybe 3 good Star Wars things.
Alright,
Mandalorian's trash, Solo's trash, the most recent trilogy's trash. There's a lot of trash in Star Wars.
Alright, can you scroll up a bit so I can...
Wait, you're gonna rank it?
Yeah, I have seen Star Wars
movies.
movies.
Yeah.
I've just not seen all of them.
You know what? I think it deserves to be above 50 Shades of Grey, and you can leave it there.
I will put Star Wars.
I kind of feel like Harry
Purge.
Potter. Oh, a bit further. Okay, above the Purge.
Yeah, I'll put it above the Purge.
Okay.
I feel like my opinion on it will definitely change once I've seen all of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of space at the bottom. So... which Star Wars films have you seen?
Oh god, I have to pick out the list. I've definitely seen a lot more of the newer ones. It's can't spell Star Wars movies.
You're welcome to your opinion on The Mandalorian. Is what I'll say on that one.
I haven't seen all the way through. Is it? I haven't seen all the way through The Mandalorian. I think I got like 3 episodes through.
The
Because
first.
I was watching it with someone, but
It
then we
was.
stopped watching it.
Was it the first season?
The first season, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get much further than that.
Well.
I think like the whole fun aspect of it is just Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Like that is just the whole appeal is Baby Yoda. There's not well, I said I only saw 3 episodes, so I don't know that much in depth about it story wise. But I know
Well,
that a lot of people love it.
I mean, the good news is that after the 3rd episode, it never really recovers from being horrific. So.
Mm. Oh, so here's the thing that
I'll put
yeah.
the next one up is Superman. So Superman.
All right, so I need to check. Oh, just tell me the plot. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, so I've seen A New Hope.
Okay.
Have I seen
It's alright.
I think I've seen The Empire Strikes Back.
You know what's funny about A New Hope is, so my rating of Star Wars films is Empire Strikes Back is a legitimately really good film, and then there's a couple of others, which is A New Hope and Episode 3, which I find are pretty decent films. But I actually used to think Star Wars A New Hope was good until Peachy pointed out a whole load of flaws in it, and it made me reconsider my rating of it. And I was like, you're actually right. It's not that great. Which I just find I find it amusing that Peachy made me hate Star Wars a little bit more.
I think I have actually seen, the original, like the first trilogy, like as it was released.
Yeah. But probably not as it was released.
Yeah, no way it's not as released. Like, I've probably
Yeah.
seen them in some fucking random order, and it didn't make sense to me. And I've probably also seen them in bits and pieces, like watching, like half of it here, a quarter of it there, some pieces on the telly, and I've probably in total watched the first 3 as they are. I don't think I've watched Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith. I don't think I've seen any of those. But I did see The Force Awakens. I did see The Last Jedi. I didn't see Rise of Skywalker. I don't know why. I think I just never got around to seeing it.
I saw what's the first one in the new trilogy? You just said it, but it's already slipped out my brain. Much like the film itself. The Rise of Sky Jedis. What's the name of the Force Awakens? I saw the Force Awakens and I was like, oh, this is kind of what the franchise needs after it's not very good, but it's what the franchise kind of needs after the whole Jar Jar Binks situation. And then I did.
see the good films,
Yeah. I didn't watch the Last Jedi. I've seen like more footage of it and breakdowns of it than like 20 of the film combined. And I knew that the last one was going to be shit, so I didn't even try and watch it or anything.
Alright, so what we're on next? The Superman, weren't we?
Superman, yes.
I'm not grounded, Millie. I'm your daughter. I'm following your footsteps to being a voice actor. Oh god, she's like full on disowning me now. She's like not even gonna associate with me for that. Mother, please. Oh god. Okay, so Superman. Oh dear. Again, I need to look up and see how many they are. Superman movies.
Christopher Reeves ones, and then the newer ones.
Why not superhero movies? Superman movies. Superman.
You probably haven't seen the Christopher Reeves ones, I would guess. And then maybe
the film list.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen Justice League, the Zack Snyder one. I saw Batman vs Superman.
Yep.
I might have seen Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Henry Cavill. Yeah, and Amy Adams. Yeah, so I saw Man of Steel. I didn't see Superman Returns. No, I didn't see any of the early ones. So yeah, the earliest one I've seen was Man of. Yeah, so I've seen 2 of them.
That tracks.
Yeah, not really impressed, I would say.
I kept on asking myself, why is Batman wearing a big S on his chest?
I'd probably put it above Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah, that's fair. On my world, it means hope. No, it's just a fucking S, mate. Get over it. Taken. Quite literally the meme of that film that they keep making over and over again. Like, which, you know, Fast and Furious, Expendables, The Purge, like, a lot of these fall under.
Again, never seen it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, I know the whole, even like this, the phone call, it's like,
Oh,
I've got
God.
a very particular set of skills.
Oh,
Skills
God.
that can make a man like you. Very.
Okay.
I know that's where the meme comes from.
Yeah, it does. No one panic. Everyone stay calm. We're gonna get through this together. It's gonna be fine. The Terminator.
Okay, I have actually seen some Terminator films. Let me check which ones I have.
Okay.
Terminator movies.
See, now I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, because if you've only seen like one Terminator film and it's the most recent one, you're going to rank it based on that, and that may hurt me more.
No, it's not Terminator Dark Fate.
Okay.
Where is it? So I think I've let me read. Oh yeah, so I've seen the first Terminator. The first one. I haven't seen the second one.
Really?
Yeah.
The second one's like probably the best, but
wait.
there's an argument to be made for the first one.
Wait, I might have got this wrong. Is the second one where it's like he thinks he has to protect so and so from another Terminator, but then he realized that he is the other Terminator. He's not the original when he thinks he's the original.
No.
Which one is that?
I don't know. Which one is that, guys? Because it's not
know.
1 or 2.
Help.
I think that might be. Is that Dark? No, that's not Dark. It can't be Dark Fate. Coming in 2025. Is that? I think that's a different film. Where like a dude's a robot, but he doesn't realize he's a robot, and you're mixing it up with Terminator.
But it's also Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That's the sixth day. He's a clone of himself.
Yes, the clone. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was a Terminator thing, just because it was roboty and it was Arnie.
1 second.
Sorry.
I'm walking away.
No.
I'm walking away.
No.
I'm walking away. I'm going.
GP, come back, please. I need help with the list. Hi, chat. I'm Safi. This is my stream now. I currently take ownership of the channel. I'm gonna be carrying on with the Brawl on Wednesdays, and you can catch me DMing my Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition show Sunkissed on Mondays. Is he back yet?
So
Sheep?
So I had an appointment with a professional waterboarder, and I told him I won't need you this week. I'm afraid, mate. I've already had enough torture.
Wow.
So, I mean, I can't. I can't be too angry because at least you confused it with another Audi film. So
it would have been really bad if I confused it with like a film that didn't have Arnie in it.
Yeah,
that would have been really bad.
Like Demolition Man.
Good film.
Yeah.
Shut up, Hammy. So I've seen the first Terminator. And that's all I can really base it off of. I do think it was a good film, and it's definitely one of those films which is like lasted the test of time,
Yeah,
where it's still relevant.
it still holds up.
Mhm. But then it comes down as to how much I enjoyed it.
Mhm.
I
It
think
is a bit grim.
yeah, I think I put it between Glass and Ocean's 11. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
that's pretty safe.
I wasn't like overwhelmed by it, like considering I was, like first time watching The Terminator,
Yeah.
like this iconic,
Well,
like,
it's
movie classic.
it's
It
really
did blow me away.
Terminator 2 is the like probably the iconic one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess that
But
makes sense.
yeah, like Terminator 1 is also really really good, but I
Mm,
wouldn't say it's quite as iconic as Terminator 2.
all right.
Um we have the Amazing Spider-Man, but we kind of already ranked that, so I'm just going to put it at the back and we'll ignore it.
Yeah.
We've also kind of ranked The Dark Knight, but this is
Yeah.
the you know what? Fuck it. We won't rank that either. Toy Story.
Toy Story. What are you doing with the Dark Knight? This is my list, Sheepy.
You got a friend. I mean, you already ranked Batman.
Yeah. All right. So, Toy Story.
You
Um,
got a friend in me.
I think Toy Story. Like at first I had like opinion what Toy Story was, and then I saw someone else's take on it. I don't know if it was someone else's take, but it was like what the other intended version of Toy Story was meant to be with the first film, where like Woody was genuinely supposed to just be the villain
Yeah.
of the movie by getting rid of Buzz. Um, and it was supposed to have like a more gruesome, more like graphic, like attack on Buzz as opposed, to his arm just breaking off.
Yeah.
Um, but they switched it around to like show you that even though Woody is initially perceived as the protagonist, and that he has flaws, that he can redeem himself, and that he did redeem himself through like learning and lessons, which something they definitely try, and I think it's a good thing that they always try and like push and put as underlying stories, especially in like films which are centered towards kids.
Yeah.
Even though it's entertainment value, there's life lessons which are put into these things, about
It's good to
communication
have.
and forgiveness
Yeah.
and communication, things like that, and how miscommunication can be perceived. Um,
But
but
it's really interesting to watch the first Toy Story film with that in mind and
mhm,
notice that depending on the scenes and stuff, it switches between Buzz and Woody being the protagonist.
it's like
It's really bizarre.
yeah, because it's rarely like it doesn't stick with the whole narrative. It was just like this is the protagonist, this is the antagonist.
Yeah.
Based on like the varying situations, it switches. Like they switch between like both being the good guy and being the bad guy,
Yeah.
just based on perception of scene. And Millie's loving the in-depth conversation on Toy Story. um,
Don't even get me started on Toy Story 4.
oh dear. Um, I don't think I ever actually. I think I tried to watch Toy Story 4, but
It's not good.
I didn't get very far with it.
That's fair.
I feel like Toy Story 3 was like where it should have ended, and
Yeah.
like wave goodbye partner kind of thing.
The fourth one is a travesty, basically.
Yeah, I only watched a short bit of the fourth one, and it was horrific. So I stopped watching it. All right, so I would probably put Toy Story
Sorry, I'll go up so you can.
probably between Harry Potter and Hunger Games.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It kind of dips after the first one. I know people, like for example, my mum will hate me because she legitimately loves the horse whose name I can't remember.
Bullseye.
Bullseye. There you go. But that Bullseye's just another baby Yoda. They're everywhere. Transformers.
Ooh, Transformers. I have actually seen a few of these. Let me just check which ones I have seen. Yes, I've made more.
Age of the
Try-
Dinosaurs. That's all I know. And also, I know that Megan Fox is in it because that's pretty much all anyone talked about in Transformers.
And then she wasn't in it.
Yeah, yeah. And then I stopped watching. Correlation? I've actually.
Oh yeah. Or, I don't like the treatment towards Megan Fox in the Transformers movies, because a lot of things were actually like filmed like without her knowledge. Like there's this one scene where like she's like leaning forward on the motorcycle, either like cleaning it or like trying to like do something with it, and
Yeah.
she thought she was just being filmed like, you know, on a head-on shot. She wasn't aware that they had a camera like panning around from like the back, like around the side,
For the booty,
like
yeah.
showing her in this like really provocative position. And I wouldn't have been. I don't think any person would have been happy like knowing that that was being done without their knowledge, kind of thing.
I mean, if I'm getting paid that much, I'd probably be cool with it, but I'm a different person, so.
All right. So there is the 1986 one, which I didn't see.
Oh,
I think.
here's a tiny fun fact about Transformers. I haven't seen any Transformers things ever, aside from an animated series on Netflix that Peachy asked me to watch so I could tell him why he didn't like it. And I watched him and told him what I thought about it, and he was like, yes, that's why I don't like it, thank you. I'm like, glad I could help.
Oh gosh. So yeah, I think I definitely saw the first Transformers, which is like the 2007 Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. And then I think I watched Transformers: Dark Moon. I don't think I've seen anything since.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just yeah, I only saw the Shia LaBeouf ones. So the first two, which had Megan Fox in it, and then the third one, which had Rosie Huntington, Huntington in it. And then I don't think I saw anything after that, anything with Mark Wahlberg in it. Yeah, I didn't see any of those. So I've seen 3 of them. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it was like a bit much. Like it never felt like there was like a bit of room to like breathe in some of them. Like once stuff got going, like it got going, and it just felt relentless and endless.
It's very psychotic.
Yeah, like it. Not that it's anywhere near as good, but just like the overwhelming feeling it reminds me of is Akira. Have you seen Akira?
Yes.
Yeah. Like where it's just like relentless, just like bam, 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 just like doesn't end up stop. Like it, I don't think it's on like the same level whatsoever.
No.
But
and it's different slightly, I would say.
Yeah, it's different in its own way. But
Akira's good for a start.
But it just felt like a bit much. I think
I do appreciate the Akira name drop.
Yes,
by the
I
way.
did just ask you if you've seen Akira because I didn't know if we'd seen it. I don't know. You two've got very different tastes in films, don't you roast me? So yeah, Transformers. I would probably put that below Blade Runner. You know what? Actually, I would probably put it.
I mean,
I'd probably
you've
put
got
it,
like Olympus Has Fallen is where I feel it would kind of play in.
I was gonna put it below the between DC and Ice Age.
Fair enough. There we go.
What's next?
Oh god, Twilight.
All right, the one thing that would dare to take on 50 Shades of Grey is just which one is worse.
Can I suggest something that may help you without you having to give an opinion? 50 Shades of Grey was a fan fiction of Twilight. Therefore, it's derivative. Therefore, by definition, it's worse automatically. You can just put it above 50 Shades of Grey and move on.
Oh dear. The thing is, like, part of me feels like I need to analyze this, and like.
I mean, okay. Check this out, right? I've read the Twilight books.
I've seen the Twilight films.
Yeah. Everyone was going on about the books, and I was like, I should if I want to have an opinion on this, I need to consume it. And I consumed it, and I was like, food poisoning, interesting. Yeah, it's terribly written, it's terribly thought through, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and I feel, laid out a character template for young women to follow that was absolutely fucking horrific. So...
Yeah,
no, it's true. I have legitimately read the books.
So I didn't read the books. I saw the films. I remember. I think. Oh God, this is gonna sound off. I think it was like for like my 11th, like my 10th or 11th birthday. Like reserved tickets to go and see like the second Twilight film.
Yeah.
Or something.
Breaking Dawn. Yeah.
You remember? Even I didn't fucking remember that. Jesus Christ. Oh, I think I definitely found the spoof version of Twilight that vampires suck.
Check.
I found that 10 times funnier than...
Yeah.
I mean, it's meant to be
Twilight,
funny, but
Twilight
I
wasn't
found
supposed
that
to be funny.
Yeah.
Check this out. Twilight.
Okay.
Twilight, Breaking Dawn. Oh God. Eclipse. No. Twilight, New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn, and then Midnight Sun, which is the most recent one. Which is the one which is Twilight, but from Edward's perspective.
I had so much respect
for
you before that moment.
I haven't actually read that one, but...
Also, Jay, I know you're watching this, you little shit. I'm calling you out. Millie's probably told him that we're ranking movies. Yeah, so Twilight in itself is just historically bad, and then 50 Shades of Grey is also historically bad. I'm gonna say that Twilight was at least trying to go, I mean obviously like trying to go into some fantasy realm. 50 Shades of Grey just took real life and a real thing that people are actually generically into, and then just completely misrepresented it and made it as horrific as it was. So I'm gonna put Twilight above 50 Shades of Grey.
Yep.
Don't call out look, because that's bad etiquette. I don't give a fuck about etiquette. Have you seen how shit my movie list is? I'm a heathen.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything. Underworld.
Underworld. I Want to Hurt Sheepy. Never seen it.
Also known as 50 Shades of Leather. Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th. Oh, so this is the one that I've actually seen, which I mistook for Halloween.
Well, at least you didn't think that he was coming out of the TV.
So fuck off. So which one have I seen? Friday the 13th movies. Where's that list? Holy shit, there's a lot of them.
It's either Freddy, Jason, or Bob.
It was definitely Jason. I was trying to see which one it was. It was, oh god, it was really funny. It was it was definitely one of the 1980s one. No, it wasn't Jason Takes Manhattan, what the fuck?
Yeah, he never gave it back either.
Oh god, it's on Netflix. I gotta figure out which one it is. He's just like, these kids go out to like this lake house kind of thing that one of the guys owns.
Yeah.
And he just like slowly just kills them off one by one in different horrific ways. But I just found so funny. Yeah, it's literally just called Friday the... Oh, it's the 2009 one.
Yeah, so, fun fact, a lot of these films are given different numbers, but exactly the same. So. Okay.
I got confused because it's set in the 1980s, but it was actually made in 2009. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was actually really hilarious, just because how they did all the different death scenes and like the use with like blood work and things like that. Because that's something that really interests me, like with horror films.
A good slasher, B movie or proper requires interesting deaths.
Yeah. and especially because there was so many characters and so many they had to like kill off. Like I think my favorite one is like someone who's like they got a speedboat. One of them's like driving the speedboat and the other one's wakeboarding. And like the one who's on the speedboat gets like shot like a couple times with a fucking like crossbow and is like pinned to the wheel. The girl falls off the wakeboard and she doesn't realize what's going on. She's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And like the boat sort of like turns and spins around and heads back directly towards her, and then she gets like conked on the head, which is fucking hilarious. And then I think there was the third one elsewhere, and she realized what's happening. Like she's trying to swim and get out of the way, and then she's just underneath this dock and she thinks she's safe. And next thing you know, just the blade just goes through like the gap in the wood and into the top of the head. And then he lifts it up and pulls her sort of like semi out of the water. And then her head hits the underneath of the deck, and he just slides it out, and her body falls into the water. And it was fucking cool. Oh, I love that. So just based off that alone, I mean that's the only one that I've seen. I imagine the others are multiple types of great and horrific.
Yeah.
But basing just off what I've seen, I will probably put it. I'll probably put it above Ocean's 11.
Now Sheepy finds Ocean's 11.
After Harry Potter and Toy Story.
Before. Yeah. Wait, before Ocean's 11 or after?
After.
Okay. Yeah. It's you know, it's pretty alright. And you can always tell someone. I'm guessing that you've seen Best of the Worst.
No.
You haven't seen Red Letter Media, Best of the Worst?
No, I've only seen Red Letter Media sort of like passively.
Half in the bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've watched like a lot of, you know, like the worst, like they'll put stuff. I don't know what I've watched. I think I've just like thrown on a random playlist once, like went to sleep.
Yeah, I do that a lot where I'll throw on Red Letter Media. It's called Best of the Worst, where they watch like terrible B movies.
I think that's probably what I watched. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see them talk about like the kind of horror or like slasher films where, you know, they have like nail gun killer and then they don't really kill anyone with a nail gun or you know, do any kind of thematic deaths. It's just like, oh, that's disappointing. We have The Hangover.
Never seen it.
Oh, it doesn't really hurt me, but that's, yeah. And X-Men.
X-Men. Let me check which one of these I've seen, because I've seen a few. I think I've definitely seen some of the newer ones. Oh, and I pissed people off the other day by not knowing that, see, I'm almost forgetting it again, that Ian McKellen was Magneto. It was you, wasn't it?
I wasn't going to bring it up, to be honest. I was going to try and slide right past that and be like, it's fine, you know, it's fine.
Oh, no, it sounds like because I've probably seen the newer one as opposed to...
What it was is someone mentioned...
Oh my god, there's so many of them. Holy shit.
What it was you were referencing Gandalf, but you couldn't remember his name.
I couldn't remember Ian McKellen's name.
You couldn't remember, Ian McKellen's name, and you were talking about him being Gandalf, and then someone said, he's also in X-Men, and you went, is he as who? And someone said Magneto, and you said, Gandalf is Magneto? And that was about the moment I started crying. And it all went downhill from there, to be honest.
But again, people have to take into context my age and how
Right.
old I would have been to have seen said films and what I would have seen coming out at the time.
Yeah.
I definitely was not old enough to have seen the older X-Men films. It just makes sense.
Don't question it. It makes sense.
It makes sense. So yeah, I was scrolling back. I've definitely oh, there's different timelines and oh god, there's a lot of films. But I've seen X-Men First Class. That was the first one I saw.
Yeah.
Where James McAvoy? What the fuck? He's got hair in this. Oh, that's why I didn't recognize him. Jennifer Lawrence as well. Love her. All right, so yeah, so I've seen X-Men First Class and X-Men Days of Future Past. I don't think I've seen much else other than those.
So I'm
I've
just going
seen
to do
Logan.
this and do this.
Oh, I think I've seen Dark X-Men. I might have seen. No, I didn't see Dark Phoenix. That's the one with Sophie. What are you doing?
I'm just highlighting The Mummy, the 1999 film, and now I'm highlighting X-Men, the 2000 film. And now I'm going to go back to this, and we're just going to like, oh look, look at the Mummy. Look at her up at number 1. So sorry, Safi, you were saying how X-Men came out too early for you.
Please tell me which one of X-Men or The Mummy, which one is played more frequently on regular? Is it fuck?
Yeah,
is it fuck?
is.
I would have seen it.
No, it is.
No. Okay, X-Men doesn't really hold a lot of weight for me, so I'm probably gonna put X-Men. Where am I gonna put X-Men? I'll probably put X-Men
Below
above
Ice Age.
I was gonna put it above Johnny English.
Yeah, okay. I'm down with that. So we're going to go into the bonus stage because we're going to ignore these two because we've kind of already ranked these. The bonus stage, okay, so what I want you to do for me, Safi, I'm going to add a few rows. Give me categories with which I must place I want to hurt sheepy films into.
Okay, so must watch. Like, I have to watch these to just be a cultural human accepted in society.
Okay. It's a lot of pressure to put on me, but okay.
Societal exception. I guess whatever ones you don't care for.
So must watch. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, and then don't care, and then avoid.
How's that?
Just wait for the last thing to go through. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Alright, so
let's go.
Alien is a must-watch. Alien is... See, the really interesting thing about Alien is it has a female protagonist who is like the go-to example that dudes use for like a strong female character. The thing is that she isn't a strong female character because she was never written as a female.
Okay.
Which is actually really interesting. Like, originally Ripley was not written with a female lead in mind, which is, you know, like, yeah, so it's a fun thing, it's a fun little fact to know. So when someone says like, oh, strong female characters used to be good, like, it's like, no, that's not necessarily true. They just weren't writing for women a lot of the times. When you get a good female character, like Hollywood doesn't know how to write for women, like for female characters a lot of the time.
I feel like the few examples of when they would like continuously, not continuous, but on the few examples where you would get almost like strongish female leads, I always felt like they went a lot to the same actress.
Yes.
Which I mean, I'm saying this, but like one of my examples, like she isn't even the lead character, but Winona Ryder, but sort of like back in the 80s kind of thing.
Yeah.
In like Heathers, Beetlejuice, Girl Interrupted, those kind of things.
I think she played Tomb Raider. What the fuck's her name? Oh, God, I can't remember now. Anyway, I think she played a couple of roles that were really interesting, although I wouldn't necessarily say like strong female.
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie, yeah. I actually really liked her in I really liked her in the Smiths, where they were a husband and wife and they were both assassins, tried to kill each other.
I've heard of that, never seen it though, I'll be honest.
It's quite good. I was also going to say I liked her in Meet Joe Black, but Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that's what it's called. I was going to say I really liked her in Meet Joe Black, but that wasn't actually Angelina Jolie, although I do think it was a very good example of like writing a strong female character. Although Brad Pitt was kind of the lead, so that may cancel itself out. Austin Powers is, honestly, take it or leave it. The thing about Austin Powers is, while it is good and kind of iconic for a certain era, it doesn't hold up super well, and a lot of the jokes aren't amazing. It's Michael Myers has a lot of like hit or misses, and he's basically the step up from Adam Sandler, so he's alright. Okay. Blade, must watch. Blade is really only the first film is a must watch, but it's enough to earn a place on here. Really interesting. Special effects kind of crappy at times. Very campy and cheesy also at times, but still, it's a product of its time, like the 90s, and it's funny because everyone was saying when Black Panther came out that it's the first time there was a comic book hero with a comic book film with someone who's black leading, and no one was like, hey, what about Blade? Which Blade is a comic book hero, Batman, the original Batmans. Honestly, I don't care.
Okay.
Final Destination. You know what? The first one is interesting the first time you see it, and past that, it really deserves to be in the peachy bin. Die Hard.
I'm guessing this is a must-watch.
It's a must-watch. It really, like, the first one. It's if you were to tell me, pick out the like quintessential 80s action film, it would be Die Hard.
Okay.
Just because it hits everything really good, like, everything about it. It elevates very slightly. There's only one exception, which I don't classify as an 80s action film, and we'll get to it because it's on the list. Dirty Harry is, I would say, take it or leave it, because honestly, it's a good film, but it's not for everyone. So it's like, for myself, I'd classify it as a must-watch, but I've watched it, and I think a lot of other people will find it a little bit like, eh. The Evil Dead series. You know what? Fuck it. Actually, that's going in the peachy bin. Might be a little bit controversial, but honestly, The Evil Dead was very, very up and down. Like, there's a lot to... If you have interest in practical effects, Safi, it's a must-watch. Otherwise, it's easily possible. A Nightmare on Elm Street. See, these are horrors, and they're kind of like, they're a product of their time. Like both of these, Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween, don't care, because they are good for what they did at the time, but things have been done that are better since, and their franchises have fallen off massively.
I feel like, as someone who really enjoys and appreciates horror films, I should at least watch them just for the
yeah you should.
I need to watch the classics. If I'm gonna say I'm a horror movie fan, I need to at least watch the originals kind of thing.
Yeah, it's definitely worth, especially if you are a horror fan, it's definitely worth watching the originals, because you can see where the origins came from.
Yeah.
But they're also kind of like, eh. Silence of the Lambs, I mean, you can't pass up basically anything by Sir Anthony Hopkins. He did a film like last year, I think, called The Father, which I haven't seen, but I've seen reviews on, and I cried during the reviews. That should give you an idea of how that is.
I still haven't seen it.
I'm not gonna watch it. It basically deals with getting older and certain afflictions you can have when you get older. It's quite harrowing, to be honest, and the way it's filmed is amazing. But I wouldn't recommend anyone to watch The Father, because from what I've heard, it is very difficult to watch, and Anthony Hopkins is a god among men. Hellboy is a PG film. Independence Day is also a PG film. Hellboy is kind of enjoyable, the first one, but there's nothing in it that is worth watching, if you know what I mean. Independence Day is legitimately trash. It makes no sense. It's just a big, stupid spectacle, and it annoys me because it is basically held up by Jeff Goldblum and Will Smith. If they weren't in it, everyone would think it was garbage.
Okay.
21 Jump Street is a must-watch because, honestly, it's really interesting to see a film that shouldn't be as good as it is, and it's intriguing.
I'm surprised in that one. I wouldn't have thought that would have been on a must watch.
Well, it's the Gaelic Brit is talking about The Father. Yeah, Olivia Colman is also like sublime in it, and yeah. I'm going to try and watch The Father at some point because I know I have to, but I can't. I need to be in a very stable place to watch it. So,
okay.
I'm just waiting for a day when I feel like I'm emotionally stable and I can watch something that's going to destroy me. 21 Jump Street is only in must watch because it doesn't deserve to be as good as it actually is. Which makes it really interesting as someone who enjoys films and stuff like that. It's like you watch it and you try and figure out why it's so good. It doesn't hit the like. It's probably deserved to be in Take It or Leave It, but
okay.
Kill Bill, honestly, take it or leave it. It's really good. It's really interesting, but there's nothing in it that is compelling, and ultimately like. There's a lot of downtimes or just kind of like bits that aren't compelling or that are kind of like that kind of drag. There's always a risk when you go for something kind of what I would classify as artsy to do a lot of superfluous, unneeded things in your film, and I kind of feel like they did that, especially in the second part of Kill Bill. Lethal Weapon, just a must watch. It is like amazing how good it is. It's an action film, but it's not an action film. Like it's separated from Die Hard and a lot of the other action films because it is it rises above. Weirdly, I'm gonna put The Godfather in Take It or Leave It.
Really?
Well, because The Godfather's fucking amazing. It's legitimately one of the best films of all time, I think. But at the same time, it's not going to appeal to everyone, especially nowadays.
Okay, fair enough.
So something like Silence of the Lambs or Lethal Weapon can still speak to people. The Godfather is really toned down. Like it is not exciting. It is not edge of your seat. It's a brain, you know, and that's not for everyone. Mission Impossible is very take it or leave it. Just purely because it's an action, you know. Rise of the Planet of the Apes, I would say, is don't care.
All right.
Because it has aspects of it that are interesting, but the overall of it is stupid and dumb. Having said that, Planet of the Apes is probably a must-watch, just because it's a classic. and it's really interesting to see something so old. And it's got some interesting ideas, and but I'm tempted to put that in Take It or Leave It, just because I feel like it would interest you as a trip back to older times to see like some slightly iffy acting and very iffy costumes and stuff, and some interesting ideas. But yeah, Take It or Leave It. Yeah.
Right.
Predator is an action film that is not an action film. It's actually one of the best films ever made. I would put it on a par with Tremors in terms of
Really?
Yeah,
You love Tremors.
I love Tremors. It's one of those ones that is made beautifully, and you don't realize it's made beautifully until you break it down and get super critical, and then you're like, holy shit. This like, and I feel like again with Tremors, a lot of care went into making it, but the levels that it gets to is accidental in a way. Resident Evil is a peach bin. Why is Final Destination in my bin? Because Final Destination is... You know what? That's a good point. Why is it? It should be in Don't Care, really. Sorry, I was being unfair, PG. Poltergeist. I've actually never seen. I have no interest in it, so I guess it goes in Don't Care. Alien vs Predator. If we're going by purely the first one, it would be in the peachy bin. But the second one is just garbage, and Peachy doesn't watch garbage. National Treasure has Nick Cage in, so it's definitely in the peachy bin. Insidious, again, I haven't watched, and I have no particular interest in doing so. The Transporter, I'd put in the peachy bin, but I kind of feel like, yeah, we'll put in Don't Care, unless Peachy wants to claim it. How is Resident Evil is a dumb action film where there's a lot of spectacle and no brain. Transporter is awesome. Peachy has claimed the Transporter. I'm gonna say that the Exorcist is a must-watch, but just purely because it is one of those origin, set the standard horror films.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Godzilla vs. Kong just goes in the peachy bin without even talking about it. I barely should have registered it. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is, I think I don't care, honestly. It's not one I've ever had any interest in. RoboCop is a really good film, but honestly, when I watch it now, I feel like it's gratuitous. It kind of puts me off, just like, I really enjoyed it when I was younger, and I rewatch it now, and I'm like, it doesn't hold up as well, so I'll put it in Take It or Leave It, as much as that's going to piss people off. Rocky is a must-watch. Just the Rocky series, it's a really interesting series to go through and check out. Saw is Don't Care. Saw is just, a kind of follow on, it's not even a horror, it's just a gore fest, and I have no interest in those. Although I've heard the first one is kind of interesting. I've never seen it. Scream I'm going to put in must watch.
Okay.
Purely because, and these are like kind of geared towards what I think, it's geared towards what I rate and what I think you'll enjoy and what I think you won't enjoy, just based on our conversations about films.
Okay.
Scream was a parody of horror films.
Okay.
Which was then parodied by Scary Movie, which just goes to show you how much the Wayans brothers understand about parodies. Scream is really interesting. It's not necessarily classified as good, which means technically I should put it in Take It or Leave It. However, because you're really interested in horror films,
yeah,
I would say it's a must-watch just purely because it's like a parody on horror films in an interesting way, and it's Lord of the Rings has to be a must watch, even if it's not really interesting to you.
Hey Peachy, I called you Peachy. Hey Sheep, you wanna buy some followers? There's someone selling them in chat.
Oh, he's gone now. Star Trek. Star Trek is like Star Wars in that I can see the good at the beginning, but it's been turned into trash. And honestly, I'd love to put it in the Peachy bin. I know for a fact that there's some more recent Star Trek stuff that Peachy hates. So I'm gonna put it in don't care, because that's how I feel about a lot of these franchises. Like Star Wars, Star Trek, and I'll rail on the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian is shit. But ultimately, I don't really care. Taken, I really don't care. There you go. There's in there. Underworld is interesting.
Just from what I sort of know about Underworld, like, to me, that screams Peachy bin.
Yeah, I'm tempted to throw it in the Peachy bin. Yeah, you know what? It's got okay. So what I'll say is, the Underworld would be in must watch if it wasn't for the fact that it's just the Matrix with vampires. Ultimately, it's just one of those films where it's like dark, rainy, heavy leather like clothing, physics that doesn't make any sense, and pretty people running around places where you're like, yeah, there's probably something going on, but who cares? So I'll put it in the PG bin. And The Hangover, like, I know everyone likes The Hangover. I've never watched it, and I don't care, so fuck The Hangover.
Okay.
And then we can get I want to hurt Cheapy, and we've got a pretty good tier list.
Hey.
So it's like half Sheepy tier list and half Saffy tier list. It's probably like 2/3 a third, but still. I would say on the list, the only actual must watches would be probably Alien.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'd really dig the first two Alien films, Alien and Aliens. The first one is horror, the second one is like thriller action, and they take some really interesting twists and turns through the two first films. Like they take different approaches and they do different things, but still kind of knock it out the park. And then I would say Lethal Weapon, I want to say, is a definite must-watch. But if you're not that into action films and you're not that into kind of buddy cop films,
yeah,
it's less compelling. I would say, weirdly, I would say Alien, Predator, and Scream. And then if you can manage the long runtime and you have some interest in fantasy, then Lord of the Rings, because it is actually iconic. Even being more recent than some of the others, it's iconic.
Okay, I can understand that. Oh, we did it!
We did it. Fucking rocked it out. Destroyed it.
In just under 5 hours.
There you go. Perfect.
Oh, wow. Are you able to send me like this completed?
Yeah.
Anchor.
I'm also going to put it in my Discord. So, there we go. The average, like, you've done a pretty good job. The average bar brawl is 3 hours. The longest is, I think, 7.5, 8 hours. Maybe 7 hours. Mm-hmm. So, you got a lot more stamina than PG did when he did this.
I mean, we did some chit chat stuff before we went into the tier list anyway.
Yeah, and we did also kind of get in depth on a few of the films, and we had some kind of like in between conversations and stuff. That dating thing was really interesting. Fun fact. Technically speaking, although I have been on a couple of dates, I've never actually been on a date in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just not really my thing. It's like...
That's fine. It doesn't have to be everyone's thing.
Yeah.
I hate the whole like, expectation that's like pushed everyone. It's like, you have to find someone, or you have to date, or you have to do this, you have to do that. It's like, just chill.
Yeah. It's also like I do very badly in forced situations with like social expectation. Essentially like, if you want my idea of hell, it's going on a date with someone and then going watching a film in the cinema. Like that sounds like hell to me. Just purely because you sit. It's like we're here to get to know each other and talk to each other and see.
Now let's sit in silence.
And now let's sit in silence right next to each other. After it's like, what? Who thought of that? That's a terrible fucking idea. And also, me and films, as we can tell, do not mesh very well because I get super like aggravated or passionate about them. So I'll be sitting there while she's silently trying to enjoy a film, being like, "This is shit. This makes no fucking sense. I hate that." So it's just a whole big thing. So yeah, Safi, thank you. Let's transition over to the so that can go away. Ah, there we are. Thank you very much for coming on. It was a lot of fun, and hopefully you're not too upset with my complaining and stuff about your movie knowledge and tier listing.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Also, sidebar, if you have any interest, Safi, I did a couple of tier lists. One was 140,000 Factions. The other was Terry Pratchett Discworld books. I tortured myself through both of them. So if you want to see me suffer having to tier list things, I think you'd enjoy that. So, everyone on YouTube, hey, what's up? The links to... so what I'll probably do is I'll put your standard traditional links in the description. But I'll also go and find the shows you've been in, like TTRPG shows, and chuck those in there as well. If there's anything else you'd like linked, like a project you've done or something you want to promote, just let me know, and I'll throw those in there as well.
Yeah, sure thing.
Cool. So yes, as I was saying, those of you on YouTube, everything linked down below to Safi. Go check out the Safi things for Safi content and Safi things. And hey, maybe you'll find a TTRPG show where she correctly tiers all the old films that we all love and cherish dearly that got thrown into one generic content of I hurt sheepy.
Wow.
Hey, there's no actual judgment on that. It's just
I know.
It's just very funny to like watch all my favorite things be thrown into a bin.
Oh gosh.
It's like if someone dug up all my childhood pets and then threw them on the bonfire. Oh, that was too dark.
Okay, we're gonna go before Sheepy dies.
Oh god. Thanks everyone. Links in the description. Yeah. Whoa.